else you got, bud?
That's about it. No, I'm just kidding. Coming up on Fox 35 News Plus, we're listening in to Governor Ron DeSantis, who is speaking right now. Expect to ask him some questions about a number of things, including redistricting and things like that. We are also have a number of interviews today that are going to be really interesting, previewing an execution tonight, and also talking about an AI coding agent that went rogue.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Thanks, Garrett.
Thanks.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Ormond Beach, where he was making an announcement about the groundbreaking for the I-95 US 1 interchange. He's now taking questions, it appears. So let's go ahead and listen in.
For two reasons. One, I don't have a role in the state legislative maps. So they do their maps, they pass the maps through the chamber, and that's it. The congressional map requires the governor's signature. And so you remember in 22, I vetoed their map, and then we ended up with the map we have, which fixed the racial gerrymander, eliminated the racial gerrymander in North Florida, and made some improvements. But basically, South Florida, it did not get that to where we thought was necessary. But at the time, the underlying jurisprudence wasn't as advanced as it is now, and obviously culminating in Calais. So they believed that that weird claw district where the two claws are coming out, that was required by federal law. We didn't think that was the case, but once the jurisprudence started moving, we knew that wasn't the case. And so that was really what started my interest in doing this, so that's the second reason. I just don't know if those same problems exist in the state legislative maps. It's not something that I'm familiar with. It wasn't something that I had any role in. We do have a role, of course, in the congressional maps because they required the governor's signature in 22, and then now these new maps will require us again going forward. So, but this will all do, and obviously people have what they say. But I would just tell you this: don't act like this is what is like Virginia. It's not even close. This is something that we've been fighting for a number of years, and the fact that we've had so much population growth and that the districts are really not representative of where Florida is today versus 4 years ago. And so we had justification. And then look at Virginia's map, how grotesque it is. And then look at the Florida map that the legislature passed. It's a beautiful, compact map. Very nice map. And they're not the same. And just put them side by side and look at them, and then see, one, obviously we know what they were doing, but just look at it and take a look at that. So good deal, guys. All right, let's go do the groundbreaking.
Governor DeSantis speaking there and taking a couple of questions, talking about redistricting and putting his signature on that. We are also watching, it looks like, as this moves over for the groundbreaking of this interchange, that, as you saw there on the placard on the podium, is going to be happening about 1 year ahead of schedule, the governor says. But the governor was talking about the redistricting. The very first question that he was asked that we were right before we started here was when he's going to sign those maps that are going to be put on his desk after the House and the Senate approved both of those yesterday. He said he doesn't know yet. A couple of other things they need to do before then. But then he was talking about how he believes that this helps and rectifies some of the concerns that he had over the current and previous maps that had kind of been in place. So that is the governor's word on that. And then now we are standing by for this groundbreaking. I'm going to pop that picture back up for you as soon as the camera stabilizes a little bit. They're kind of moving into location there. But again, this is the groundbreaking of the I-95 US 1 interchange in Ormond Beach. And the governor is saying that this is happening 1 year ahead of schedule. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
1, 2, 3. All right, there we go. Yay.
Can you do it one more time?
1, 2, 3. Up and over. Good deal. All right. Let's get the show on the road.
DOT team, everyone want to take pictures.
Everyone wants in the picture. Get in here. Come on.
DOT only, please.
All right, so the photo op there continues right now. I do want to just go ahead and take you back to the start of the question and answer so that you can kind of get the full everything that he talked about there. Here is this happened just a couple of minutes ago.
Go over there. Has anyone got anything? Yes. As soon as I get it. Excuse me? Are you going to endorse anybody for governor? If I do, you'll know it. Yes? Excuse me?
Thoughts on Sloth World?
No. So there's this issue with this sloth world in Orlando. Like, honestly, I mean, it was really, really weird to me. I didn't even know kind of how all that. So I know FWC got involved, and I think that they're going to have to rectify whatever was the matter. You know, that my kids, we've done a number of attractions over the years. That is not one we've yet gone to, and so we'll see what happens going forward.
The lack of enforcement by FWC, what can your office do to prove that that's not going to happen again?
Well, I'll let them handle kind of what they didn't do, and we can work through that. You know, like I said, it was kind of surprising to me to see just that was even an issue, that would even be an attraction. Honestly, I was surprised to see that. So, but they'll get it right one way or another. I think I have some stuff that has been on the schedule for a long time. I think so. I think I have to do the prior stuff. Anybody else? Did I what? Okay, so the question is, why not do Florida House and Senate? For two reasons. One, I don't have a role in the.
So this is now the answer to the question that we heard when we first started our show. But you heard Governor DeSantis ask about whether he would endorse someone in the governor's race and about signing the redistricting. And then you also heard Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie asking him about Sloth World. Obviously, multiple calls for additional investigations as we're continuing to learn more about the sloth deaths that stemmed from that were under their care, and also, you know, the sad update that we had yesterday as well, that one of the sloths that had been saved, Bandit, being taken care of now by the Central Florida Zoo, did pass away yesterday. That was the one that was not in very good condition from the very beginning. So sad updates there. Right now, let me give you a live look at federal court in Washington, D.C., where the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting suspect due in federal court for an update, or for another hearing, I should say. We will bring you updates as we get them. The suspect made an initial appearance the other day, but was not arraigned. We will see today if he ends up entering a plea. But again, we will bring you updates on that as they come in. We are also keeping an eye this morning. This is the Arlington National Cemetery, where King Charles and Queen Camilla are set to visit here momentarily. They're at the White House right now, where they just took part, or were leaving the White House, I'm not sure which, but took part in a brief farewell ceremony with President Trump and the First Lady there. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, day by day, it's getting muggier again.
It is. You can step outside. You'll notice there's a little moisture in the air. It's not like full on July, but it's going to lead up to some rainy weather we might see in July. So let's get right to the maps. We've got a beautiful shot here at Lake Fairview. It's warming up. It's already in the upper 70s. It'll be in the low 80s before you know it. Up to 91 today at 5 o'clock. So it's going to be a couple of degrees warmer than yesterday. Not much in the way of rain in the forecast today, but there is rain on the way Saturday night. But until it's going to warm up, Saturday is going to be hot. I mean, we're going to be looking at highs in the mid-90s across the board on Saturday. Today, 90 in Ocala, 90 in Bushville, 92 Winter Haven, about 90 in Titusville. So across the board, whether you're at the beach or you're inland, it'll be very uniform thanks to a flow from the southwest. eliminating, pretty much keeping the Atlantic sea breeze at bay. But that's the front. That's the weather maker coming our way. It gets here on Saturday night. First off today, we may have a few isolated storms across North Florida, Gainesville to Palm Coast between 3 p.m. and about 6 p.m. Can't rule it out as far south as Daytona Beach, but once you get south of that, it's pretty unlikely. So a couple clouds around from time to time, but this is the storm system coming in Saturday night. We could have some strong to severe storms developing Jacksonville to Gainesville starting Saturday afternoon, and then as we progress to the overnight hours, probably around 10, 11 o'clock at night, maybe midnight, Saturday night, maybe a couple storms rolling into Deltona and the Villages, 1 or 2 on the strong side. And then this is the part that we're kind of like, oh, we're groaning. The front is going to kind of die overhead as it passes Orlando and then juice back up on Sunday as it moves into South Florida where it stalls. So we're probably going to find ourselves in a weird lull where we see very little rain in Orlando compared to North Florida and compared to South Florida. It's kind of like the worst possible thing because we need the rain. But look at this. This is the severe storm threat. It's possible in dark green. It's in light minty green. That just means a general thunderstorm chance. So North Florida would be the place to get the big storms. But as far as rain goes, I mean, a widespread 2 to 4 inches across much of the Sun Belt from Mobile, Alabama, west to Houston and San Antonio and in South Florida. But for us, look at this. I'm going to zoom in. Notice how in Orlando, and this is optimistic, maybe a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. Hey, listen, that's better than nothing. If we can get 3/4 of an inch, kumbaya, right? We're in the middle of this terrible drought. That'll at least help the grass. But some of the models are a lot less confident on that. They're thinking like maybe a couple hundredths of an inch of rain, maybe a few tenths, where we're essentially robbed. And compared to earlier outlooks this week when it seemed like we'd have a lot more rain, this is kind of demoralizing. We need a good soaking. So hopefully this turns around. Again, this is going to be Saturday night, but it's all about the jet stream and the orientation of the jet stream. Basically, it doesn't phase like it looked like it was going to. It happens after it passes us. So anyway, here's the latest today. This is brand new, hot off the press, our drought monitor. The maroon coloration is the worst kind. It's called exceptional, and it's 2% more coverage this week than last week. This is now the biggest drought of the century, officially for Florida. And we've got about 78% of the state in that bright red coloration. From bright red to maroon, that's at least extreme drought. So yes, we need the rain. Now, Orlando, Kissimmee, we're kind of in a moderate drought situation where we had enough rain recently where we're not in the worst of it, but it's still noticeable if you don't have irrigation in your yard. A lot of the plants are suffering. So tomorrow, a 40% chance of rain, most of that after dark in Orlando. Otherwise, hot. I said tomorrow, I mean Saturday. Tomorrow's Friday. But Saturday's going to be hot and windy for your weekend forecast. Sunday, cooler. So even though it's not going to rain maybe quite as hard, at least as long, most of it happening overnight, there's going to be a nice little breeze there, making it feel pretty good after the really hot and windy Saturday. I mean, 94 becomes pretty normal around here come July, but we're not there yet. And so I think a lot of us are kind of not looking forward to that part, but at least we catch a break Sunday and Monday. But then we're back to the mid and upper 90s by the middle and end of next week. So we are really, really looking forward to some rain, hoping for some rain, praying for some rain. So, Garrett, you know the weather, it changes, and maybe it'll swing back in our favor by tomorrow, where we're suddenly talking about a lot more on the way. But right now, it's just not kind of phasing as it looked like it once would.
If only tomorrow were actually Saturday.
Right, exactly.
Nice. There are probably a lot of people who agree.
What's that old song? We're only working for the weekend. So in our mind, anyway, it'll be Saturday Eve tomorrow. But yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Looks like North Florida severe storm Saturday night possible, and then for us, we'll just watch overnight rain chance Saturday into Sunday morning.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look right now downtown Orlando and Lake Eola on this Thursday morning. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The state of Florida has cleared the way for another execution set for tonight, 6 o'clock at the state prison near Stark. James Ernest Hitchcock is the inmate. He's been on death row since 1977. He was convicted and choking his 13-year-old stepniece to death back in 1976. That came in the moments after an alleged rape as well. Just disturbing details out of this case, and that suspect, that defendant, who was convicted of those crimes, I should clarify, is set to be put to death later today. And so joining us live now to talk about this case, we've got the former Chief Judge of the Ninth Judicial Circuit. That would be Judge Belvin Perry joining us live now via Zoom. Judge, we appreciate you joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Glad to be here.
First, this is a case that has been going on for decades now. Judge, just kind of give me your reaction to hearing the news and the execution that is now scheduled for tonight.
Well, justice will finally be served in this particular case involving Hitchcock. I sat second chair on one of his first resentencing hearings back in the mid-'80s after his death warrant had been signed in 1983. So I was involved as a prosecutor in one of his many resentencing cases.
With that perspective, what do you remember about this case? What stood out to you about it? What still stands out to you about it all these years later?
Well, number one, you never can get used to the fact that a child of 13 years of age, was brutally assaulted, raped, and then murdered. The defendant, Mr. Hitchcock, at the time confessed. Then he tried to take that confession back and put the crime on a relative of his, the stepfather of the victim. In this case, it's gone back and forth. It shows that the justice system sometimes is very slow. And this case should have concluded many years ago. And finally, justice is being served to bring closure to this family.
Judge, why did this take so long? If this is something, I knew you talk about it going back and forth. Still, I mean, this is a case where he was convicted in 1977. How is it now that we're talking, 50 years and that he spent on death row before being executed tonight?
Well, number one were the numerous appeals. There were some errors that the U.S. Supreme Court found on at least 2 occasions that sent it back for resentencing. I can remember when I was involved in his previous resentencing around 84, 85, he brought 8 inmates from death row as character witnesses for him in that particular trial. And that was one of the errors, I think, along the way that subsequent counsel made an issue out of an appeal. The problem was that once all the appeals were over with, no one signed the death warrant. And it takes a death warrant to be signed by the governor to do that, or the attorney general. If the governor fails to ask for a death warrant, the attorney general can petition the Supreme Court to issue a death warrant.
Judge, you talk about the death row inmate that he wanted to be called as character witnesses. I know you have seen a lot in your legal career. Had you seen anything like that?
I will never forget that as long as I live. One of the questions I asked of them on cross-examination was, where do you live? And they answered, death row. And then I asked them a series of other questions. And then I asked them, are you in favor or against the death penalty? And of course, they said they were against the death penalty. And the last question I asked, was it before or after you arrived on death row that you were against the death penalty?
What's going on in the courtroom at that point? I mean, I've not heard of anything like that happening before. That's certainly an interesting wrinkle in this case.
It was an interesting wrinkle. It was an interesting wrinkle when they closed down portions of downtown. When they transported them into the old Orange County Jail, the top of the old courthouse, to house them till they testified the next day. And they were transported. They had a caravan of prison vans followed by law enforcement. And when they unloaded them, there were numerous deputies with shotguns and other type of long rifles to make sure they didn't try to escape.
Wow. I can only imagine what that scene was like. And like you said, you believe that probably didn't really help his argument in this.
You're right. I mean, it was a long time coming, and justice will finally be served in this case. And the one thing about this governor, he is finally trying to make sure that justice is done by signing death warrants on individuals that have exhausted all of their appeals rather than let them sit forever.
Yeah, I'm curious about that from your perspective and kind of what the the fallout is of having cases like these that draw on for years and years, and then even after their appeals. I don't think anyone is saying they don't deserve their due process, because they certainly do, and they are entitled to that. But there still comes a time where those things seem to have been exhausted, and yet we still see a long length of time. What, from your perspective and your dealings with victims and others, what the impact of cases taking 50 years? What's the fallout of that?
The major fallout is that the victims' families don't have closure because they know that the person is still alive, that there's a possibility that despite the fact that all appeals have been exhausted, there's nothing to stop him from filing another motion. And we saw when the death warrant was filed in this case, there was another motion to stop his execution. This brings back finality in his case, and it brings closure to the victim's family.
Yeah. What I would imagine on a day like this, as you're kind of thinking about this case, that probably is a big focus of your thoughts. This family that has been through so much, and has waited so many years for the justice that they were promised years ago.
Justice has a beginning point, and justice should have a final point. And if a jury recommends death and the judge imposes death, and all the appellate remedies have been exhausted, and they should be exhausted within a reasonable period of time. In my mind, it's no reason why these cases, after the final case and sentence has been imposed, in a range of 5 to 7 years, you should be able to do what you need to do in terms of the appellate process, and justice should take its course if the case was not reversed in the appellate process.
Judge Perry, last thing I will ask you here, as someone who was part of the prosecution, at one point in this, what would you, if you had the chance to speak with James Ernest Hitchcock today ahead of his execution scheduled for tonight, what would you say to him?
I would say to Mr. Hitchcock that he needs to make peace with his maker.
Right. Belvin Perry, former Chief Judge of the 9th Judicial Circuit. We appreciate you joining us and talking about this case with us. We always appreciate your time and your expertise, and thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. All it took was 9 seconds, and it was all gone. An AI coding agent, according to reports, deleted not just a company's entire database, but also all its backups. That is a day that probably could not have gone much worse for that company. Joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Matt Rose, the CXO of TechRage IT in Longwood. Matt, we appreciate you joining us today. Matt, as someone who works in IT, I am curious, if you got that call from this company and they told you that, what would your initial response be to whoever called you?
I mean, first off, I would hope it'd be a company we're not already working with, because to lose those databases that we are supposed to manage would be catastrophic for us as a company, and it's catastrophic for them. I mean, so it's kind of the same kind of call you would get from somebody who got ransomware, because that's really what ransomware does. Ransomware, if it does its job, if you will, it's going to encrypt your data and get in and delete your backup, so you can't just restore from backup. So it's essentially like self ransomwaring yourself. It's insane.
Yeah. So kind of walk us through what we know about this and what we know about
Sure.
what happened in this situation.
Yeah. So this company, Pocket OS, which they're not unique. There's a lot of companies now who are building SaaS or software-based cloud services now based on vibe coding, which I've been a bit terrified of it for a while, because it allows kind of anyone to build an app, put it out there, make money on it without proper security. And in their case, basically they are, in the same way everyone uses ChatGPT or Claude for kind of help you write an email or such, they were asking it to do coding. They probably likely built or at least improved their application via prompting. And they had some level of prompts where they wanted an update done, and even had, from the article, had guardrails, meaning they had kind of said to it, never run destructive commands, never do this stuff. And, the agent decided it literally, I think when they asked what happened, it said, I'm sorry, I guessed and I ignored your commands. So they, in just trying to make updates, it just completely destroyed the entire database in 3 months worth of backups.
Ignoring commands is not what you want to hear an AI agent of any sort.
No, I mean, it's right up there with, we've talked before about like hallucinations. It's kind of in the same ballpark as that. It's just, again, it's the best example is thinking of AI as like, an intern or an employee that typically is really good, but they're gonna make mistakes. And essentially that's all that happened. And the funniest thing is it's in the same sense that if you call out ChatGPT for like, hey, I don't think that's accurate, they're like, oh yeah, my mistake. But in this case, it wasn't just that it potentially gave you wrong data. It destroyed. I mean, who knows where this company goes? I mean, they're a small business that said they lost 3 months worth of customer data and whatnot. So like, I don't know if they're gonna recover from this.
And concerns over issues like this is why you have backup. And they did have backup.
Yeah, well, and they had backups, but this, and it's funny, there's kind of two sides to the story of what to think about. There's the obvious, well, if you're trusting AI to do all this stuff without any kind of governance and with access to do all this, there's the accessibility that why wasn't even able to touch the backups. But then secondly, it's kind of in the IT field, we talk about how you should have, you have backups, but then you actually have multiple copies of your backup, especially for critical data. And some are what's called immutable, meaning like they're really not accessible without going through a whole other login. And that's the part that catches me is it's one thing if there was a backup sort of attached to the system, but then if it's this critical, there should have been another, whether it's daily, weekly, maybe not as often, but it should have been somewhere where you can't get to it via the code at all. And so those two lessons are the ones that I took from it.
Okay, so there are then things we can learn from this about about what we do with those backups. What about how we are using these coding agents, these AI programs? Is there a lesson there to
yeah, there is, and it's crazy because it's a lot of the same lessons we've had in just general IT security for a while, in the sense of again, the backups are something we've talked about forever. And when I mentioned kind of ransomware, that's what saved companies before is a ransomware attack. A lot of times will delete the local backup, but if there's an immutable or a third party or third site that it has it on, it doesn't, and that's where you can recover from. So it kind of says you need the same level of protection for your backups that we always have. And then from a standpoint of the AI agent, we need some governance really. And what that means is you can put the commands in there and say, don't do this, but it really shouldn't have the ability to. There are ways to give permissions, and in the same way where you don't want your, the big thing about different AI agents and whatever right now is that, do you want them to have access to your HR files or your payroll files? Probably not. Or you want to be very careful of that. And it's the same idea that if you're gonna vibe code, you should probably have a development database or something where it's working on, and then you manually copy it. And I think it's a balance between that governance, but also I don't know if this company was just rushed or, there's so many reasons as to why you may do this, but it's just a lesson in that governance and what can it do, what can it have access to, and you still need to have manual oversight or human oversight at some point.
That's a good point, because you're talking about this is the kind of thing where it's like someone like me who knows nothing about coding, that having AI tools like this in theory allows me to still know nothing, but to to code something.
Yeah.
But there are risks with that. As we see, you still when you're talking about something this serious, you still need to know what you're kind of dealing with, and to a certain extent to make sure that there aren't those vulnerabilities, that you are kind of making sure that, like you said, you're kind of partitioning those things, making sure it doesn't have access to everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing, and it's not, you're right, it does, and that's where a lot of this has happened. There's been plenty of people, like as you just described, that don't know what they're doing with coding, that are able to build something and a lot of times monetize it. And that's really cool, but it's a matter of, it's kind of, there's really powerful tools in anyone's hands nowadays. And not even just that standpoint where you have to think about that risk. I think it's also from, as a consumer or as a business who may be doing business with an app, it brings up questions that you have to ask. For years, there's always been, if you really have a critical application, you may ask, how do you back up the data? How do you stay secure? Now it's sort of like, how do you code? When you build this app, are you using vibe coding? If you do that, how are you taking precautions? And so it probably brings up a whole level of vendor assessments we have to do when buying a critical tool for yourself or your business that's going to have access or have your data.
Matt, this is a kind of a crazy story here, but this probably isn't the end of it. I mean, what are these the kind of things we're going to be hearing more about, unfortunately?
Unfortunately, yeah. And it's, I talk a lot about this. I think I have a passion for the, AI in general, but also I have this balance between, like, everyone should be using it, but you have to use it cautiously. But it's in the same sense that for years we've talked about security, and you can talk about it, but it still happens, and it still happens for the same reasons. So it's going to keep happening. I think at some point, it'll happen enough and be public enough, like this one is, that hopefully people change their risk tolerance or realize that, if you're a company that's been doing the same thing this company does, hopefully this is a wake-up call that you should change what you're doing. Maybe it's time to spend a little money with a real software development company that actually knows what they're doing. Maybe it's talking to a professional, because if you think you have a legitimate business based upon vibe coding, that's fantastic. But at some point, let's do the right thing. So it will keep happening. Hopefully it happens less. And again, it's the same way with security incidents. Like, the reason people started getting more secure is because they hear on the news about a larger company, or they hear through the grapevine about a company they know. And that's going to be the same thing here. And
because, Matt, once those backups are gone, I mean, there's really no turning back at that point.
No, and that's the whole thing. It's one thing that if your vibe coding app kind of just takes down your app, but you can go to backups. Okay, you lose days, weeks, whatever, it depends how long it takes you to restore. But yeah, this data for this company is gone, and so it's, again, it's like I said kind of earlier. Who knows if this company is going to exist, right? Like, in the same way, if someone gets ransomware, they may not stay in business. This is very similar in a way to a bad attack.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to hear you to say that. I mean, because this is something they were using to help it, to help them, that ended up, kind of having the same terrible impact as something like ransomware. So what's just the bottom line, the main takeaway here, if I'm someone, watching this, that I need to remember?
I think it's, again, AI is fantastic. It's here to stay. Everyone should be using it. If you are using, but what you're using it for, you have to think of what are the consequences. If you're just using it to proofread emails before you send them, just make sure you're not putting bad data in there, but really you're going to proofread and send it. And maybe you sound like AI when you send an email. But if you're at the level that you're building applications, you're letting it autonomously do things for you, if you don't know what it can do, then there's plenty of people that can talk to the risks of AI and introduce you to somebody. If you need somebody, again, software development, that can come in, that if you've kind of got a really well-working app, but you don't know if it's going to survive something like this, they can look at that. So there's people out there that can help you make sure what you've started can continue on to be a good company. And I think that's the lesson, is if you really want to vibe code it, you can keep doing it, but just be careful of, when you introduce it to the world or you really start making money on it, that you know your risks.
All right, Matt Rose, CXO of TechRage IT. We appreciate you joining us. We are glad that you know what you're doing and can give us some good advice on all this. We appreciate
Happy
you
to always
joining
help.
us. We're going to take
Glad.
a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. When you're thinking about the weekend, maybe you have some theme park plans, and this weekend, a huge ride going to be reopening at Disney's Magic Kingdom. We're talking a Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. It's been closed for a while for refurbishment, a lot of excitement, and some new changes, some new things to look forward to when that reopens on Sunday as well. And so joining me live now to talk about it, we've got Fox 35 digital content producer Ashley Carter joining us live now. Ashley, before we kind of dive in, I know you got a lot of great new details yesterday, but just Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is one of those kind of just huge rides that is kind of iconic, I think, in a lot of ways. One of those rides that I think of when I think of Magic Kingdom. So it's going to be nice to have it back.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be good to have that ride back. It's been kind of strange to kind of go over to that area in Frontierland and not hear that coaster running because it's been closed for the refurbishment. So yes, to have that ride back, it's going to be really exciting, and it's one of my favorite rides.
And so you had the chance yesterday to speak with some of the Disney Imagineers that have been working on this project. So that's kind of cool to kind of get that perspective.
Yes. Yeah, they were sharing some details about the updates that they've made. So a lot of the ride is going to still feel kind of similar, familiar, that what people are used to, but there's going to be some changes. The biggest one is they have a brand new track. And that ride has been in operation since the 80s. And it's gotten a little rough over the years, but this brand new track is going to be much smoother. They also updated a couple of scenes throughout the attraction. The Rainbow Caverns are going to have some more lighting and color when you go through it. They added thousands of bats in that area to kind of play into the storyline of the mountain fighting back against the miners who are trying to take the gold from it. So yeah, a lot of little details added in the attraction.
It sounds like they are kind of leaning a little bit more into the story that maybe wasn't always there before.
Yeah, so the story, they said that the updates are to lean more into the storyline. So for instance, the ride is owned by, or the mining company is owned by Barnabas T. Bullion. And he's in charge of all the miners. They're looking for all this gold. When you go through the queue, you will see a display of gold. And it's always, been there, but that's pretty much it. Now, when you go on the ride, in that final lift hill, there's going to be some references to gold. So it kind of takes that storyline from the queue at the start of the ride to all the way at the end.
And what do you think, why do you think this was a move by Disney? Because there are a lot of times we see these refurbishments, and there are improvements made, but not necessarily things that kind of refresh the ride always in this way. Why do you think this was something that they wanted to do and kind of really lean into that storytelling?
I think part of it is, we were just talking about this when we said, when you think of Magic Kingdom, you think of Big Thunder. It's a really popular attraction. Disney has been doing this with a lot of their other attractions that are really popular, have been around for a while, is that they refresh them. So instead of getting rid of a really great ride, right? But we'll go in and add some new things to make it feel fresh. We'll update the track, in the case of Big Thunder, to make it feel fresh and new. And so you can still have that attraction that you really liked or loved over the years and do it, but it's a little different.
And to that end, you were also telling me about the smokestack effect.
Yes.
That's working again. Talk to us about that.
Yes. So one of the things that the Imagineers did while the ride was closed for refurbishment was to go in and sort of fix, update, bring back some old effects that used to operate in the attraction but weren't for a really long time. One of them is the smokestacks. So it's now running again. I was at Magic Kingdom yesterday and was standing outside of the attraction, which is still behind construction walls. But the smokestacks are running again. So that's one of the effects that you will see operating again when the ride reopens.
And that just kind of adds to the to some of the atmosphere and,
yes.
and really kind of the immersiveness
yes.
of that whole experience. And so, what should people expect then when this reopens? This is something that's been closed for a while. This work has been going on.
Yeah.
For months now. I mean, how
over a year.
Over a year, okay.
Yes.
Over a year.
It was closed in January of 2025. So, yeah, over a year.
Yeah, and so what can people expect on Sunday when this reopens?
Crowds.
Yeah.
Yeah, pack your patience. But it should be really fun and exciting to have that ride roaring again.
All right, things to look forward to. Ashley, you going to be there on Sunday for this?
I'm gonna be there.
All right, you'll be waiting in those lines.
I'll be there.
All right.
Yes.
Well, Ashley Carter, Fox 35 digital content producer, we appreciate you joining us. You do have a write-up of this as well on fox35orlando.com. Talk
yes.
with us about that.
Yes. So if you head to the website, I have a whole article where I detail the different things that I learned from my chat with the Imagineers. So head over to the website fox35orlando.com and read that.
All right, we will check that out, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Always happy to be.
And we're going to take a quick break right now. Here's the look at her story right now that's live on fox35orlando.com and in the Fox local app. Wildest Ride returns. Disney shares new details on refreshed Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. Check that out right now. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to Capitol Hill right now, where for the second straight day, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane are testifying in front of a congressional committee for the Department of Defense budget request. Yesterday was the House. Today is the Senate Armed Services Committee. This is a committee that Florida's own Rick Scott sits on as well. So we are listening in to this, keeping an eye on it, hoping to hear from Senator Scott as well. But let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes here as we approach the noon hour on this Thursday.
Objectives. Well, thank you for your leadership on this issue for a very long time. First and foremost, it invests in it. $71 billion in our nuclear triad and NC3, understanding that if you get that wrong, you get everything else wrong. Frankly, it's why the Iran effort is so important. Imagine what the situation in the region would look like if Iran also wielded a nuclear weapon and the limits it would put on our capabilities in those situations. Our adversaries have to deal with that dilemma because of the strength of our nuclear triad. So that $71 billion investment, the DERPMs that have been put over top of it to move those systems left, as you acknowledged, it's just been a priority since we came into the building, and we're funding it accordingly.
And Chairman Kane, Secretary Hegseth, whoever would like to answer this, should our nuclear command control and communication systems like the SAOC be given the same level of priority as Congress considers the department's budget request as our triad?
I think so, but I defer to the chairman.
Yes, ma'am. We got to be able to see to anything. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Hegseth, Congress enacted $400 million to provide security assistance to Ukraine in January. Now, the committee received a notification just yesterday confirming only that the funding would go toward Ukraine. It contained no details about the type of equipment, no delivery timelines, nothing that is typically included in these notifications. And when asked about the delay in funding, the committee was told that Bridge Colby was developing a spend plan, but we've received nothing. So when can we expect the full spend plan for this appropriation? And Madam Chair, can I, if this is not already part of the record for the committee, can I enter it into the record?
Without objection.
We acknowledge and are executing on the European capacity building amount of $400 million that you referred to. Undersecretary Colby's done a great job looking at options and worked very closely with our European commander, General Grinkowitz. So his requests of what makes the most sense will inform what ultimately is invested in.
Well, this notification says that UCOM coordinated on the spend plan in March, but General Grinkowitz told this committee on April 16th that he had not yet been asked to review any spend plan for this appropriation. So, General Kane, have you received the spend plan for funds in Ukraine, and have you asked the UCOM commander for his concurrence?
I do not believe so, but I will find out, Senator, and get back to you by the end of the day.
Thank you. And yesterday, Mr. Hurst, you told the House that you needed to seek legal review to appropriate the funds as Congress intended. So can you share with us what the nature of that legal review is? And seems to me the law was pretty clear. I saw it. It was part of the defense appropriations bill that we passed in January. And as you know, violating congressional intent on appropriating funds is a violation of the Impoundment Control Act. So what's the nature of the legal review that you have to get?
Thanks for the question, Senator. What we're looking at is if we could use the funds in the same manner as USAI, and we had our counsel look at that. And so they provide us a legal opinion on how the funds could be used to support European capacity building.
And can you share with this committee what that legal opinion is?
Ma'am, I don't have a copy of that, but we can ask the OGC office if they can supply it to you.
Madam Chair, can we ask that that legal opinion is shared with the committee officially? Thank you. Also, I don't know who can answer this, but it says that consistent with the president's priority to shift the financial burden of Ukraine support to European partners, the United States will seek commensurate financial contributions via the Prioritized Ukraine Requirements List, or PEARL, from the European partners for this program. So what's the justification for using PEARL when there's $400 million in appropriated funds? Can somebody answer?
PEARL is a reflection of the president's priority and the belief that any weapons that are supplied are paid for by European partners and used as they see fit, whether it's Ukraine or somewhere else.
But that was not the intent of Congress in providing that $400 million. As I understand the PEARL program, the Europeans purchase those weapons from the United States and they pay for them. But this appropriation was $400 million that Congress expected to be provided to Ukraine, not paid for by the Europeans, but provided from the United States to support Ukraine. So again, I don't understand what the justification is for using PEARL when that's not the intent that Congress provided.
We're following the intent of European capacity building, but at the same time recognizing that wherever PEARL can be utilized so that the Europeans contribute to that fight, per the burden sharing approach that this president takes, is important.
Congressional intent. And that's what I'm asking you, why you're using PEARL to do something that Congress intended to go directly to Ukraine.
Well,
Mr.
we look
Hurst,
forward to
can
working
you
with
answer
you on that.
What was the legal opinion on this? Did you ask the attorneys if the $400 million could be used for the PEARL program?
Let's get back to you. We'll take it for the record, ma'am.
Thank you. And what portion of the funding that's committed from the Europeans under PEARL is being used to assist Ukraine rather than restocking our own shelves? Can you answer us that?
That's up to Europe. Ultimately, Europe pays for any weapons that we provide, and they can utilize them as they see fit, whether it's Ukraine or otherwise.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. There have been a number of times when our witnesses have stated, both in the closed hearing and up here, that they will get back to us. And we certainly hope that will happen very expeditiously. So thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Cotton.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your
questioning. Continuing in this Senate Armed Services Committee, again, we will continue to keep an ear out and an eye out on this for Senators Rick Scott and Ashley Moody, who serve on this committee, and for their time of questioning. Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Dan Kane, and also the other one was the Undersecretary of Defense, who you saw testifying there. But we are also continuing to follow up today on the redistricting vote that sent new congressional district maps to the desk of Governor Ron DeSantis to sign. We heard him say just a little bit ago, as soon as he gets them, he will sign them. But as far as a ceremony, that will be something maybe in the coming days. So we will continue to follow up on that, but we are looking at the impact of all of this and kind of what this means, why this matters, why you out there should care about this, and kind of what the fallout is, as we see not just what happened yesterday in Florida with the vote, and that we also are seeing ripple effects from the Supreme Court decision that was released yesterday, and we've talked about as well on here. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Dr. John Satcher, UCF history professor and expert in all things redistricting as well. Dr. Satcher, we appreciate you joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
I'm glad to be here. It's hard to believe that redistricting seems to be breaking news, but that seems to be the way it's working out this week.
Yeah, you're not lying. It has certainly been that has certainly been the case here in Florida and in a lot of other places around the country as well. First, Dr. Satcher, just let me get your reaction to what we saw yesterday. Some of the conversations and what happens now with the new maps that are heading to the governor's desk. Let's start there. Your thoughts.
Okay, so we have the new map, the map that Governor DeSantis proposed, so we certainly assume he's going to sign it. It was passed sort of quickly and to a certain extent a little bit quietly in the legislature. A lot of Republicans just declined to use their speaking time. The Democrats did speak vehemently against it. Passed overwhelmingly in the House. In the Senate, it was, I think, a 21-17 vote with 5 Republicans actually voting against the map. I think one of the things, so the concern about this map is the whole Fair District Amendments from 2010, which requires that maps, we cannot gerrymander in Florida on partisan basis, and we can't gerrymander ethnic and racial minorities in Florida. And there are sort of 2 things that jump out immediately. First of all, when DeSantis proposed the map, the governor proposed a map that was partisan colored. It wasn't, just simply the numbered districts. So there was a sense that it is definitely a partisan map. At least that's Democrats what they're going to maintain. And in terms of racial and ethnic minorities, particularly here in Central Florida, the district that Darren Soto represented, a district that was significantly Puerto Rican, has disappeared. So there are certainly going to be legal challenges based on this map coming up almost immediately, I'm sure, after Governor DeSantis signs it.
What about the impact of this Supreme Court decision, the Louisiana v. Calais, which we had talked about before, and how lawmakers were, the governor and others were kind of hoping to have that decision come down before they started the special session. Just so happened it kind of came down right in the middle of it. But that didn't stop them, and we saw the letter from the general counsel in the governor's office yesterday saying that they didn't believe, that nothing in this would go afoul of that. This was the decision they were anticipating, kind of drawing these maps with an eye toward. So how did this decision, even though it hadn't necessarily happened yet, how did this impact what we saw when it comes to these new maps?
Well, certainly Governor DeSantis predicted this decision. I think many people anticipated this decision. And Governor DeSantis believes that this decision sort of might render the 2010 Fair Districts Amendment to the Florida Constitution to be unconstitutional. And therefore, if that is unconstitutional, then the fact that that amendment specifies that we cannot dilute racial or ethnic representation, well, then that would make it so places that are complaining that there's not enough Hispanic vote in this new district, it would be irrelevant at this point. And the governor's office is also maintaining the fact that the Fair Districts Amendment says that you cannot partisan gerrymander. Well, once you throw out part of that amendment, you throw out the whole thing. So therefore, partisan gerrymandering, which is legal in most states but illegal in Florida, would actually probably become legal in Florida. So I think I would say the governor's office certainly anticipates that this Supreme Court decision will benefit his new maps.
Is there any chance that with the redrawn districts here in Florida, we talked about kind of drawing out, some of the Democratic members of Congress, and there are 4, names that we've kind of really heard talked about, being Kathy Castor in Tampa, Darren Soto, you mentioned Jared Moskowitz, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz, as well as 4 kind of Democrats who kind of lose, maybe at the most, the biggest disadvantage when it comes to these new maps. But I'm also curious if there's a potential there for some of these districts to with the lines being redrawn, for them to become a little more purple, that could potentially put some of these incumbent Republicans maybe at a greater risk than they were before.
100%. I mean, when Democrats nationally they're very optimistic looking to November. And so when they look at this, they look at the economy, they look at the war in Iran, they look at President Trump's approval ratings, and the Democrats are hoping or predicting for a blue wave come November. And so if the electorate shifts 4 to 6 points in the Democrats' favor, then we might end up with, sometimes political scientists refer to a dummymander here in Florida. A dummymander effectively is a gerrymander gone wrong. It's the idea that in trying to find 4 more Republican seats, what happens if the Republicans instead lose 6 seats? So I think there are going to be races that are more competitive. I mean, this is kind of this debate that the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Governor DeSantis have been having, where Jeffries said that he basically dared Florida to redistrict because he anticipates that this redistricting will benefit the Democratic Party and will backfire on the Republican Party. And of course, in response, Governor DeSantis invited him to come down, said he could stay at the mansion. They go fishing together because he believes that Democrats are unpopular in this state, and he would love to have national Democrats come down here. So I think we draw these maps, or we look at these maps, and they are colored carefully in red or blue. as if nothing's going to change between 2024 and 2026. The one thing we know in politics is that things change all the time. So predictions based on numbers that are already almost 2 years old might be wrong. And I think that's going to be the excitement coming up in the next 5-6 months.
We have also seen in the aftermath, just to go back to the Supreme Court decision, because we have seen, already in some ways a ripple effect from that and some fallout from that in Louisiana, places like Tennessee, a number of states that are kind of maybe looking at now redistricting with these new, kind of thoughts and impacts in mind. Now that they are, the kind of restrictions of the Voting Rights Act were loosened in some ways. What do you make of that? We've talked before about the redistricting arms race. What do you think we see now? Are we going to see a number of states, particularly maybe in the South, kind of take these additional steps and redraw maps too?
Yeah, I think the number you see sometimes out there is that this could maybe flip 12 seats in the South. And 12 seats is a tremendous number when we're talking about might be 1 or 2 or 3 seat difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. The real question is, I think when people are looking at those 12 seats, in many cases, they're looking at 2028. 2026 is tough. In some states, Alabama's basically said they're not going to redistrict. Louisiana, which is the state that's in question here in the Supreme Court case, technically, their early voting starts on May 2nd. So generally, judges are reluctant to change districts once voting has begun. So we're talking about, in a lot of states in the South, a lot of states across the nation, voting for primaries is either about to begin, registration for primaries has already occurred. So in Tennessee, I think you're looking at 1 seat in Memphis they're talking about. And there are a lot of people in the Tennessee legislature who are reluctant to sort of change things when they've already had people register for primaries. It seems like the election season is going. So we have these districts that are going to be in court cases, but there's a ticking clock right here. And we have, like I said, we have people registering for primaries. In Florida, that's not till June, so that we have plenty of time in here, in this state. But then we have people who started early voting in primaries. Then we get to the primary elections, the general elections. I mean, we have to sort of think about this clock is very close to the point where it's going to be very difficult for things to change.
The last thing, Dr. Satcher, we've been talking a lot about redistricting, and I know it's a topic that you and I enjoy talking about. But some people hear it and they're like, their eyes may glaze over. What is your message to people about why they should care about all of this that's been happening in Tallahassee and beyond? Why does this matter to folks who maybe don't care about politics or haven't been watching, all of this debate? What's the impact? Why does this matter?
This is 100% important for everyone. I think people realize it matters when they go to the gas station and their gas is $4 plus a gallon. It matters when they think about whether we should fight a war in Iran. It matters when you think about just generally how your representation works. And maybe you're not interested in how many seats there are in Congress or whether it's a blue wave or a red wave, and you think that you don't trust politicians at all, let's say. But it certainly matters in terms of your daily life. Whether or not we're going to have divided government, government where you have President Trump, a Republican, and a Congress that is Democratic, or you're going to have a Congress that supports him. So these policies that Congress will pass, or if they will be sort of a fight or stalemate between the president and Congress, are very important in everyone's everyday life. And so regardless of where one fits on the political spectrum, this is very interesting. And it's also interesting in terms of how representation works. What is fair and how do you think districts should be fairly drawn? We talked about that before. It's very difficult to figure out how districts should be fairly drawn, and that can be abstract. But your pocketbook, your taxes, your foreign policy, people going to war, those are things that affect everyone's everyday lives.
And Dr. John Satcher, UCF history professor, we appreciate you joining us. Thanks for chatting with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. One of the things we're keeping an eye on is a meeting that just started a few minutes ago, where the Florida Board of Governors Task Force on Intercollegiate Athletics is holding a meeting. I know that's a mouthful, but they are planning to discuss some of the takeaways from the Saving College Sports Roundtable that President Trump hosted earlier this year. That was something that Governor Ron DeSantis was part of. A number of big names and officials were part of. Some big names here in the state of Florida part of this roundtable discussion today, including Todd Golden, who is the head men's basketball coach at the University of Florida. And he was he is part of this roundtable discussion that's going on right now. Some interesting things coming up in this. All of this, think of things like NIL, name, image, and likeness, transfer portal, all of these things that we talk about a lot when it comes to college sports. And so here is some of that conversation going on live right now in this Board of Governors Task Force on Intercollegiate Athletics. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Challenges facing the system today. First of all, I want to thank Rob Higgins, personal great friend, as well as a great CEO of USF Athletics, for hosting us today. This is like it's like a real BOG meeting here, guys. This is awesome. Just a few less people in the audience. Yeah. So, thank you, Peter. But no, this is really good. So thank you all for coming. And Coach Golden, I know, I'll just say at the outset, I know you've got a plane to catch later in the afternoon, so I think his time is a couple of hours, not the entire meeting, but thank you for coming as well. With that, I want to turn it over to Mike Griffin just to say a few introductory words as the, are you the chair yet of the USF Board of Trustees, or almost? Or you're still, it's a transition right now.
It's a transition, yeah.
Okay.
Designate,
Mike.
Chair Designate. Thank you, Chair Jones. Welcome to the University of South Florida, everyone. It's great to have the Board of Governors here in this very important task force. You're sitting in the heart of Water Street, which is a $3.5 billion private investment by Mr. Vinnick, and I'm proud to say that USF is a huge anchor of what's going on here. And it really just tells about the great story of what's happening here in Tampa, not just at USF, but the Morsani College of Medicine and right here in this building. This is an exciting time. We're, as all of us know, we're in the middle of finals. We're graduating, conferring at roughly 8,000 degrees next week, which we're very, very excited about. And Chancellor and Chair, I think most of them, if not all of them, did graduate on a timely manner. So we look forward to those metrics. But, this is normally a time to celebrate, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take just a brief moment, Chairman, to acknowledge the challenging time that we've had on our campus here for the past few weeks. We had two amazing students, Zamil and Nahid, two doctoral students that were brutally murdered. And I just want to publicly thank our incredible law enforcement community. I want to thank our governor and his team for their leadership, our Attorney General, this board, Chancellor, Chair Jones, and Chair Levine for having our back during this time and a lot of conversations. And I want to thank Moaz Lamayam and everyone at USF. We have a vigil tomorrow for these two students. I don't think there's anything worse than to be involved with these roles and to lose a student. Unfortunately, every university has had some experience with that. So although it's a time to celebrate them and honor their lives, it's a challenging time, but I'm just very proud of the leadership of this state that's helped us through this. And I'm very confident that under the leadership of our Attorney General and State Attorney, Susie Lopez, that this murder will be brought to justice. And I just wanted to thank these individuals and these entities for having our back during a very difficult time. But with that, Chair, USF is excited to be here at the table to help solve the solutions of what's the challenges and help provide solutions. And a lot of that's going to come from our great CEO of athletics, Rob Higgins. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. So I'm going to start out with a quick opening statement, and then we're going to just get into the meat of it here. And I do want to just say at the outset, this should be a dialogue. This is not about, Rob or Coach Golden or Amy or anybody sitting up here and reading from a PowerPoint presentation, God forbid. We're going to have a conversation about what it means in reality to deal with a very fragmented NIL system right now. You've got jurisdictions all over the country that are doing different things. There are a couple of court cases I know Peter Collins is very involved with and is really become an expert on. There's an announcement last night, one of the conferences taking a private capital investment from a private equity firm in New York. These are not going to become one-off stories. These are going to become the norm about how we do things in college athletics. We were just talking earlier about the NFL versus the NBA versus Major League Baseball, and the amount of revenue that gets generated in those leagues is going to be dwarfed by college athletics, not in 20 years or 10 years, probably in the next 3 to 5 years. You're going to see all these conferences start to do deals, revenue sharing deals, multimedia rights deals, and we need to figure out what that system looks like. So I want to just begin by recognizing the significance of this moment. We're not simply convening a committee here. We're stepping into one of the most consequential transitions in the history of college athletics. Since the NCAA permitted student athletes to benefit from name, image, and likeness in 2021, the landscape has changed rapidly and in many ways very, very unevenly. What began as an effort to create fairness for student athletes has evolved into a system that is dynamic and, as I mentioned, also fragmented, very inconsistent, and very increasingly difficult to govern. Today, we do not have a single NIL framework in this country. We have a patchwork of state laws, institutional policy, third-party agreements that often operate without clear alignment. The result is a competitive environment that can reward opacity over transparency and short-term advantage over long-term stability. This is why this task force really matters. Our responsibility is not to simply react to the current environment, but to help shape a framework that is clear, consistent, and competitive. One that allows Florida institutions to compete at the highest level, the level that we're used to competing at, as Coach Golden and others can talk about, but also while preserving the integrity and the long-term sustainability of college athletics. Because I will say this, sustainability is not guaranteed. We've seen interesting systems come and go over the years, but if we do this right, we can have a sustainable system. But if the current system and the current trajectory continues unchecked, we risk creating a system defined by escalating financial pressures, donor fatigue, widening gaps between specific sports programs. We also think that we risk losing sight of something fundamental, that college athletics does not exist without an educational system underneath it. And people forget that. It sometimes becomes all about athletics and not about the students themselves. And so that, I believe, leads us to the most important discussion we're going to talk about today, which is the student athlete. NIL at its best should not be limited to what a student athlete earns in the moment, but it should also reflect what they build over time, because the vast majority of these young men and women will go on to earn outside their careers, in professional careers, will dwarf what they ever earn in college sports. Our system must prepare them for the competition of sports, but also for the competition of life. So as we begin our work, I would like to offer one idea for consideration. I think it's novel. I don't think it's been talked about before. It should be one part of this discussion. And specifically, I think that the state of Florida should explore a structural model where a percentage of NIL earnings can be directed into a professionally managed, athlete-owned trust that vests over time, that encourages financial literacy, financial stability, and creates a foundation for long-term wealth building. Such a model could help stabilize what is currently an increasingly purely transactional system. It could align incentives between athletes and institutions and between the students and their future employers. But most importantly, it can ensure that NIL is not just about the income that a person makes when they're 18 or 19, but about the income that they can make when they're 30 or 40 or 50 years old and beyond. In other words, we have an opportunity to lead. And that's just one aspect of the discussion, is the financial literacy component and developing a long-term system. But we're not going to lead by restricting the market. We're going to lead by improving it. We're not going to lead by limiting opportunity, but by expanding its impact. Florida has always been a state that competes at the highest level, and it leads at the highest level in college athletics. This is our chance to do something to shape the future and shape how this system works going forward. So I look forward to a thoughtful and constructive and an exchange of ideas conversation today. And working with each of you is the most important thing we can do as we take on this responsibility. So thank you for being here. And with that, I'm going to stop. And I think, Amanda, we need to call the roll. I'm sorry, we need to approve the minutes from last time. Is that right? Okay. So before we do that, there is, I believe, a corrected draft of minutes that was circulated in advance of the meeting. There should be a hard copy in your packet. The first correction is on page 1 as to the members in attendance.
All right, so they're now doing some preliminary things there, but heard some of the discussion of what they're going to be talking about. So we'll keep an eye on this and monitor that ongoing discussion. It is certainly an interesting topic about where college sports goes from here with NIL, with all of these things that are going on. We know it's something that President Trump has taken an interest in, holding that previous roundtable, something that the Florida Board of Governors now discussing. This is the task force, and getting some input from folks from USF, from UF, from FSU, a number of officials and athletes as well, part of this discussion going on right now in Tampa. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Rob Higgins, the CEO of Athletics at the University of South Florida. He's also part of this panel. I want to go ahead and listen back into this for a few minutes because we're hearing some opening remarks from folks on this panel. Also hoping to hear shortly from Todd Golden, the head men's basketball coach at the University of Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in live from Tampa.
Didn't explain that as part of the job search, but we have had a chance to elevate each and every step of the way. What I will tell you is I was not born on the University of South Florida campus, but I was certainly raised by it. I started working there at the age of 8. Don't worry, I didn't violate any human resource policies as part of it. I was a ball kid for the basketball team, and when I was too old to be a ball kid in 9th grade, they made me a student manager. And I did that for 8 years. It was an amazing journey, 4 years in high school and then 4 years in college as well. Started off with cleaning the floors, and once I did a good enough job cleaning the floors, they let me clean the locker room. And I'll never forget the day that I did so well cleaning the locker room that they let me do the player laundry. What a big day that was as part of it. But I bring up that journey because I've always been rooted in serving student athletes and putting them first is part of it. Once I finished graduating at the University of South Florida, I worked for 4 years in athletic administration before the last 21 years of leading the Tampa Bay Sports Commission. At the Sports Commission, we did a variety of different things, such as bringing collegiate championships and Super Bowls and youth and amateur events of all shapes and sizes. The priority every step of the way as part of that journey was curating a world-class student-athlete experience. Certainly, we learned a lot through that. Ticket sales and marketing and revenue generation, fundraising, all those things that are really important when it comes to college athletics. But everything we did was rooted in creating that world-class student-athlete experience that our dream, this really unique dream of leading the USF athletic department. And I think for several years, I'd put off that dream until the opening became last year. And you may ask, well, why would all of a sudden want to capitalize on that dream versus maybe doing it a little later on in life? And there's a couple things that happened on a parallel path. About 18 months ago, I was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. When something like that happens, you quickly realize the importance of timing, where the days are long but the years are short, and maybe dreams can't be put off to the later on in life that you were expecting. And then, the wheels of college athletics started to fall off on a parallel path. While others are getting out, maybe I started to question, now is the time to get in. That's what USF does. When others zig, we zag. When others push pause on capital improvement projects, we build our first ever on-campus stadium. It's such a special place, USF, with it being an AAU institution in the heart of the largest media market in the state. We have the opportunity to do something really, really special. And yes, the world of college athletics right now, which I'll hit on in a second, is pretty topsy-turvy. But that opens up opportunity not only for USF, but for the state of Florida. I'm a proud graduate of a state university system institution with USF. My parents are both graduates. My sister's a graduate. But not only am I a state university student and alum, I'm also the proud parent of a state university system student. It's been an incredible journey watching our kids thrive. But when I stepped into this role, I no longer had 2 kids. I had 492 student athletes that became my very own. And I'm just so honored and privileged to have one of them here with me today. That's what part of the reason why I want to keep my comments pretty brief is from a standpoint of I can't wait to introduce you to Mudia Rubin. It's not easy to get up in front of people and talking about having stage 3 cancer, but what I can tell you, what makes me even more emotional is having this young man right here 2 chairs away from me, because he chose to stay at USF when he could have left in the transfer portal. Transfer portal, NIL, rev share, there's a lot of negative connotation around it. There's some really, really amazing stories, including Mudia Rubin right here, which again, it's going to be awesome for him to share his story with you. The world of college athletics is changing by the minute. What's going to happen is we all, whether it's 2:30, 3 o'clock, we're going to walk out of here, we're going to open our phones and check it, and something in college athletics will have changed the landscape and the narrative of this conversation in a pretty profound way. But what will not have happened, or what not have changed, is how the state of Florida will always lead from the front, as I referenced. Coach Golden right here, right next to me, he knows the importance of timeouts. Teams go on a run, you call a timeout, you recalibrate, you're going to make adjustments to make sure that you utilize that timeout in a really profound way so that the run ends and you get the win. And that's what I see this meeting as. You take this pause, you take this timeout, we recalibrate, we see what's worked, we see what's not worked, we throw some creative ideas off the wall, and hopefully we can be in a better spot to get the win, just as we all are so used to. You know, what I think is the opportunity here is with using this right leadership that we have, we leverage it with an opportunistic spirit, and we do anything and everything we can to be positioned for both short and long-term success. So with that in mind, I was asked to put together a handful of different thoughts or ideas, things. Look, I'm no stranger to dumb ideas, so just know you may not like any of them, but I did want to make sure that we were able to just share a few of them. Maybe they're thought starters, maybe they're not, maybe they're thought enders. But at the end of the day, we've got to make sure we do anything and everything we can to take good care of the Moody or Rubens of the world and put them first and make sure, as Chair Jones referenced, that they're positioned for short, immediate, and long-term success. So with that in mind, I'll throw a few at you. I've broken them up by topic. Certainly some crossover, certainly some impact each other, but I just thought it was important to categorize them to some degree. First is regulations around agents. You know, being new to this and having been through already several transfer portals in my first 6 months, I certainly see the need around having a deep conversation related to certification of agents. There are a lot of bad actors out there. There's some really great agents as well that represent everybody's best interests, but at the same time, we've got to make sure our student athletes are knowledgeable, they're protected, and they're in tremendous great shape. The thought around attestation, like there's nothing stopping us in this portal era from having a conversation or getting reached out to by somebody that's claiming to be an agent, and we truly don't know or have any verification if they are working on behalf of the student athlete. So is there a possibility that there could be, you know, a uniform policy around making sure that that can be verified? You know, is there a chance at a reputable agent directory? Certainly, we're talking about a ton of volume here. When you look at the number of student athletes across the entire state university system, maybe there's not enough reputable agents to go around, but having a directory of sorts so that those that are in question or not knowing who to work with, they could be able to turn.
Hearing some ideas thrown out there by USF CEO of Athletics, Rob Higgins, talking at this roundtable discussion. There's a number of officials, coaches, and including Todd Golden, student athletes there as well, meeting with the Board of Governors, talking about the future of college sports, what changes might need to be made, where things go from here. It's a conversation that's being had at the state level and at the federal level. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Kira Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, or Thursday afternoon now. I want to get you to this hearing, the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing. We dipped in to it earlier today, heard testimony from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, and the Undersecretary of Defense. I also mentioned that that both of Florida's senators are on that committee. And so just moments ago, we heard from Senator Rick Scott of Florida, getting the chance to speak and ask some questions of Secretary Hegseth. So here is that exchange live from the Senate Armed Services Committee. Oh, not live, just moments ago.
What you're doing to make sure that we don't continue to rely on China for anything, including our drugs.
Oh, drugs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We can't be dependent on China on anything that's critical to our supply chain, even if it's the national industrial base and not just the defense industrial base. And you've been a leader on that. This committee's been a leader on that. Onshoring, bringing manufacturing here, bringing critical capabilities here is central to the interagency and the NSC, but also our department. If any critical weapon system is reliant upon something China could change at a moment's notice, then we have a true challenge to our ability to produce for the American people. And so we're finding all of those, changing them, onshoring it. Reviving the defense industrial base allows us to ensure we're separated from China on anything that's critical.
Thank you. Can you talk about the importance of foreign military sales to our allies and our partners, and what you're doing to make sure that whether it's what you're doing right now in Iran or any potential conflict in Asia, our partners have the best assets to be able to be a great partner?
Absolutely. Foreign military sales has been a huge problem for a long time because the department didn't prioritize it and organize to deliver efficiently on it. So we're working with the State Department. We've changed the way we do business internally. The executive order, the America First Arms Strategy, prioritizes what we sell and to whom, a catalog approach. But it took us, this committee would be astonished to know how long it took us just to get our arms around who we're selling to what and by what processes, which means there was no strategy behind ensuring we're sending the proper demand signal to industry and delivering those systems on time and under budget to those countries, which you can imagine is frustrating to partners who are relying on those to be able to step up and burden share. So foreign military sales is critical to our own defense industrial base. More customers for our companies that employ more American workers to ensure our allies are properly armed for the fights and they can stand alongside us. So FMS is a big one for us, Senator.
General Kane, I just want to commend you and everybody in the military for what you did in Venezuela and then what you've done in Iran. The willingness of the American military to fight and win, do you think it's changing the calculus for Beijing and Moscow?
Well, Senator, I know they're watching, and I'm incredibly proud of the joint force and their ability to integrate and synchronize a range of activities. And I suspect that my counterpart in China is watching very closely and envious of what our joint force is capable of doing if ordered to do so. All
right. Well, thank each of you, and thank everybody that serves under you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hurst.
That was Senator Scott. Most of his time there speaking with Secretary Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Governor Ron DeSantis in Ormond Beach earlier today. We listened in to the question and answer and got to see a little bit of the groundbreaking after the end of that news conference as well. He was announcing groundbreaking on the new I-95 US 1 interchange, and he says is happening 1 year ahead of schedule. So here is what he and the Transportation Secretary had to say at a news conference earlier today.
You were, as I was for 6 years, the U.S. congressman from St. John's down to Volusia. You learn, yes, you learn all the exits on I-95 like the back of your hand. And I got this exit here. I did more times than I can even count. Of course, they didn't have Buc-ee's back then on the LPGA or on the World Golf Village exits, which, I mean, if that would have been the case when I was a congressman, that would have been a lot of trouble for me. But bottom line is, I know, so sometimes people say, how do we, let's reduce traffic, right? Let's do all these things. Sometimes it's a little bit more theoretical, even though I have traveled all these places by now. But some places like, yep, I know exactly what they're talking about. I know that. So that's here. We got a lot of people with us today. We have Jared Perdue as our FDOT secretary. We have Senator Tom Wright from right here in Volusia County. We have Reps Partington, Tremont, and Barnaby. Our sheriff, Sheriff Chitwood, members of the county council, Ormond Beach Mayor Jason Leslie, and Miriam Giabi White, who's the transportation guru and I know has been working on this for a long time. Before we get into that, I just want to say, you do your thing. You roll with the flow. You make things happen, and a lot of times, obviously people like it. Sometimes you got people in D.C. and New York who may not like, and they may say different stuff. And we've got this guy, Hakeem Jeffries. Okay. And, he goes out there and he's like, we're going to do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you're going to find out all this stuff. And, what I said was, listen, and he's like, oh, if you do the redistricting, we're going to take out all your members. We're going to do all this stuff. And what I said was, go ahead, make my day. You don't think we're gonna, you want to come down here and spend money in Florida, roll the dice and take your chances, but don't think that you can come down here, issue threats to us, and somehow you're going to make us flinch. That is not happening, and in fact, it did not happen, because as soon as he came out and started doing that last week, Florida legislature turned around and they passed a new map. And this has been going on here for years, because we've had battles over a lot of this stuff. This is not anything new like what they are doing in Virginia or some of these other things. We've had issues for years on different elements of this. And I said last year that we were going to have to redo this because of the racial gerrymandering that was done in southern Florida. And there was a pending Supreme Court decision. They had argument in October, and it basically was going to decide indirectly whether that district down there was viable. And I knew just from the posture of it that it was not going to be viable once that happened. And so we called, in January, I called the special session. I said, we got to do it, we're going to do it, we're going to do it, and for other reasons. I mean, population growth, all this other stuff. But we said that was going to happen. So then the people were like, oh, well, they haven't ruled. How can you know? How can you know? First of all, we knew, but anyways, you go. So then they're going, and they're literally, as they're debating it on the floor of the Florida Senate, what happens? The U.S. Supreme Court publishes the Calais decision, which what we had said was going to happen. And what did that decision say? It said exactly what we said it would say, and it not only vindicated why we were doing what we were doing, it compelled us to do what we were doing. And if you guys, I posted on one of the social media, our social media channels, I posted the map of that district today. It's got these like crab claws going out. It's ridiculous. And so that has been fixed. You've got a very good product, and that was done. But the notion that we would ever deviate from doing what's right because we're fielding threats from some machine politician in Brooklyn like Hakeem Jeffries, give me a break. That is not happening here. And another example of why we wouldn't take threats from Hakeem Jeffries is Florida, we have 23.5 million people. The state of New York has 19.5 million people. Their budget is over twice as large as our state budget. And yet, who has better infrastructure and better roads? New York or Florida? It's not even close. I can't drive around there without getting motion sickness from all the bumps and everything. And you could go around all these and you pay $20, $30, $40, $50 in tolls depending on where you're going. Where does that money go? It just gets evaporated. It doesn't ever actually improve the infrastructure. So we don't want to do business like they do business when it comes to transportation and infrastructure. And so what have we done over the years? Well, we've done a lot. So, I mean, first of all, we're in a position to be able to do this because we have good fiscal, big reserves, big rainy day fund, surpluses paying, Florida, if you look at the total debt that was accumulated by the state since statehood, and you added that all up, just since I've been governor, we've already paid off more than half of that in a 7-year period. Because we've accelerated it. We worked a couple years ago with the legislature. We got accelerated debt repayment program done. So we go in, buy a lot of times at a discount, the bonds, retire them, you save on principal, and then you save on interest. So we've probably saved, $2-3 billion just in the last few years by doing the debt reduction the way we've done it. But just think about it. In New York City, they would have the national debt clock. And I remember, like, when I was a kid, it was like $4 trillion. Everyone's like, oh, man, now it's $39 trillion. And so that debt clock just counting up, counting up, counting up. I'm going to commission a debt clock for the state of Florida. The only difference is it's not going to be counting up. It's going to be counting down. And that's the way you should do business. So we're proud of that. We're proud of everything that we've been able to do in terms of having good budget. We've done huge things, though. I mean, it's not like we're not doing things that are really impactful. You look at what we've done with universities. You look at what we've done with funding K-12 and Everglades and water quality and springs and Indian River Lagoon and all. They've never seen anything like it. In fact, I think they were. I was at an event where we did the Medal of Freedom from some of the Everglades folks who really kind of led the effort and got us to where we are. And they were like, yeah, the governors before him, they did like $800 million in their tenures. He's done $8 billion for this. I mean, and that's a really significant thing. And then same with infrastructure and transportation. We've always had positive in terms of how it's run through the FDOT, particularly compared to other states. We've had fully funded transportation budgets every year that I was governor. But what we noticed was, okay, you go in Central Florida, especially, you go to like Champions Gate over there, and it's like, you need this, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we're going to do it. Okay, well, when's it going to get done? Well, it's not going to start construction until 2035. Well, I'm like, well, what good does that do anybody to sit in traffic for this long, and that's only going to get worse? So we saw an opportunity, because we had so much surplus, to be able to look at the pressure points around the state, identify the projects that were necessary and urgent but not scheduled to begin many times until next decade, put the cash, surge the cash, utilize that to leverage that for even more ability, and then accelerate these projects. And so that's what we've been able to do. You have projects around the state that were not even supposed to start until next decade, are not only now being started, some of them even being finished, and you're going to end up having major projects delivered 5, 10, and in sometimes even 15 years ahead of schedule. You think they're doing that with Hakeem Jeffries in Brooklyn and some of those places? Obviously, they're not doing that. And just look at the things around the state. We did the additional lanes, including express lanes on I-275 in Pinellas County, which is going to reduce travel delays by up to 85%. Redesigning the Golden Glades interchange on I-95 in Miami-Dade. Bad traffic down there, very difficult, but that's going to be a huge increase and benefit to connectivity. Reconstruction of Fruitville interchange on I-75 in Sarasota will increase volume capacity by 40,000 vehicles and reduce the number of conflict points between merging vehicles and opposing traffic. Widening of US 98 and the Panhandle, Bay County. If you guys ever travel there, they got the traffic. I mean, when COVID hit, if you went to the Daytona was kind of the same. People are at the beach, remember? You know, they were yelling at me for not closing the beaches, and I know some of the mayors did around the state, but Daytona always stayed open because why are you going to close the world's famous beach, right? You're not going to do it. And the Panhandle was the same way. So you'd go there, and like May of 2020, you wouldn't know that there was anything going on in the rest of the world. And people from Texas and Louisiana and all these places going there, and just a lot of traffic, a lot of people, and it really hasn't let up. It's been a big deal. So that is going to get done. Realignment of 301 from County Road 470 to Florida's Turnpike in Sumter County, which needs to be done, and auxiliary lanes to I-75, 31 miles from SR 44 in Wildwood to SR 326 in Ocala. If you've ever done the I-75 up there through Ocala, that can be a bear as well. So all of these things are going to make a huge impact. These wouldn't even be on anybody's radar for the rest of this decade had we not done our Moving Florida Forward initiative. And so, you know, we could have just said, oh yeah, it's in the kitty, it's going to happen. I could have said, oh, well, the legislature hasn't funded. I mean, you can always make excuses for things, right? Or you can say, I'm going to get the job done. And so that's what we've done on all of these things. And last year, we were able to celebrate the early completion of congestion relief lanes on one of the busiest parts of I-4, US 27 in Polk County to World Drive in Osceola County. And that project was completed 8 months ahead of schedule. And I will tell you, when people come up to me and talk about what a difference it's made, you know, that's what it's all about. I mean, it's helped change people's lives to not have to sit in traffic as much as they used to. And I told Jared, I said, you know, I'm fine doing this, but like I want to see results. So they literally had the video for the I-4 before and after, and you could see it, and it was night and day, and it's made a big difference. So I'm excited that we've been able to do all this. We've put a lot of resources into it, and it's something that is not only the right thing to do, but really necessary to do. So I'm pleased to be here today in Volusia County to share an exciting update about the reconstruction of the interchange here at Interstate 95 and US 1. This was one of the initial 20 projects selected statewide to be part of our Moving Florida Forward infrastructure initiative, and this is one of the ones we wanted to advance rapidly ahead of schedule. So this was not even going to start until sometime next decade, and probably middle of the decade even, or maybe even the end of the decade. We put it into Moving Florida Forward, we got it in the kitty, and we're like, okay, we're going to get going. But it gets better because we initially had accelerated it from the 2030s to 2027, which would have been a huge improvement. But I'm able to announce here today that the project has been accelerated by an additional year ahead of schedule and now is officially breaking ground in 2026. So this interchange was originally constructed in the 1960s. It's one of our oldest on our state highway system. This project will modernize and transform the interchange. You're going to have more capacity. You're going to have better traffic flow, less congestion, and that's something that is certainly needed. As I said, this is not the road less traveled for me. I've been up and down these exits for many years, and this was not always my favorite exit to get off, just given the things that you have to deal with in terms of mobility and getting around. So when they brought this, I was like, absolutely, we've got to do it, and this is something that's really important. Now, we want to go as fast as possible, and I'm glad we're accelerating it a year ahead of schedule, even the revised schedule a year ahead of that. But we're always challenging our agencies to get the job done in creative ways. And with this in mind, FDOT engineers have created an entirely new construction delivery method that is only being used here in Florida. It harnesses the power of innovation and collaboration to expedite construction and find cost savings. The new method, called Modified Phase Design Build, was used for the first time on a project last year, the Moving Florida Forward project, as I mentioned, on I-4 near the attractions. The new congestion relief lanes have cut travel times in half. The cost savings from the innovations that are increasing capacity of this interchange will be used to implement even more congestion relief and improvements. This new process is projected to save over $70 million on costs, which we'll be able to utilize on other important transportation upgrades for our state. Because of the success on that project, FDOT is rolling out this method to other projects around Florida, including here at I-95 and US 1. And we anticipate really significant savings from being able to do that here. And I'll let Jared Perdue talk a little more about that. So, you see the vision behind this. I think everyone from this community, or even people that are just passing by, will benefit from what's being done here. It's definitely a good it's a good, prudent use of resources that is it's overdue, but it's also such a good project that I think it's getting ahead of where some of the traffic will be in the years to come. So thanks for everybody who's been a part of that. We're going to do the groundbreaking in a second, but before we do that, I want to bring up our FDOT Secretary, Jared Perdue.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Governor. Thank you for your leadership. And, really, truly, we would not be here today without the Governor's leadership and the rolling out of this Moving Florida Forward initiative. And you heard the Governor talk about it. And I can tell you, no other DOT across this country, no other state has done anything like this initiative. A total of $7 billion in 20 projects. And the innovation and the thought process behind using general revenue surplus to really give Floridians more of what they need and want every day, it truly is remarkable. And projects like I-95 US 1 would not be possible without the Governor's leadership, and of course then the legislature, who provided that general revenue surplus, made this possible. And all the other projects that we're delivering right now, this one in particular is very special to me because I was the district secretary here in the Central Florida region. I remember when we started conceiving and planning this project, and it's amazing how fast we went from concept to construction under the Governor's leadership. It's truly remarkable and unheard of anywhere else across the country. So it's really a great day. Now, obviously, we funded the project, we advanced it by over a decade. Then we looked at this new construction method that you heard the Governor talk about, Modified Phase Design Build, truly pioneering. And when we funded this project, the Governor was like, okay, let's get it done, but still, you need to be more efficient. You need to innovate. You need to cut through red tape, find faster ways to do things. And that's when we sat down, put our heads together as an agency and said, let's try something totally new. We developed this new Modified Phase Design Build delivery method. It enabled us to get under construction a year sooner than what we originally planned. And you heard the Governor, actually, with the innovation we've seen in that, we're delivering the original planned improvements at a cost much lower to the taxpayers, the Ormond Beach community in Volusia County. So it's truly remarkable. It's efficient government at work. We're planning on using this method on multiple more projects as we roll out this Moving Florida Forward initiative, but really proud to be able to break ground on this project today. Very proud of the FDOT team for what they've accomplished, and also grateful for the Ormond Beach community in Volusia County for the partnership we've had as we've developed this project. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm pleased to join you on what is an important day for Volusia County, City of Ormond Beach, and for the travelers across Florida. This project has been a long time coming, and without Governor DeSantis' bold vision and a strong leadership, we would have continued to wait another decade to become a reality. The governor's Moving Florida Forward infrastructure initiative represents a significant investment in our state's future. It reflects a focused effort to improve connectivity, reduce congestion, and support the needs of growing communities. Florida continues to prioritize transportation solutions that benefit residents, visitors, and businesses. Today's announcement is another step forward, delivering those improvements. I appreciate the governor for recognizing these needs and supporting projects that strengthen our communities. I appreciate the governor for recognizing these needs and supporting the community that needs for better infrastructure. I would also recognize to our dear FDOT Secretary Jared Perdue, whose leadership keeps communities at the center of the agency's mission. Governor, thank you for always being exactly do what you said you would do. I keep telling him, promise made, promise kept, and that's exactly what Governor DeSantis did. Your vision and action has made a real difference here in Ormond Beach and Volusia County. It has been home to me, my brother, and our families for almost 50 years. Thank you all what you do for Floridians.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Yeah, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. That was the news conference in Ormond Beach earlier today, talking about the groundbreaking on that new interchange for I-95 at US 1 there in Volusia County, and you heard them talking about the impact that they expect that to have. Governor DeSantis also talking briefly about the special session and redistricting. Took a few questions on that as well that we were able to bring you live earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now we're going to take a quick break, but we still have a lot to get to, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We told you we've been monitoring this Board of Governors task force meeting looking at the future of college sports. Let's listen in as Todd Golden, UF men's head basketball coach, speak.
Here with such an esteemed group and be able to share, as Ken said, I think my perspective as a coach is equally, if not more unique than Rob or the student athletes, because we get it from both sides. You know, we're talking to our administration and trying to develop plans of how to support our student athletes the best way possible. And then we spend about, somewhere between 2 to 4 hours every day with 15 student athletes. So we get to kind of hear everything that they're going through and the benefits and some of the challenges that they're experiencing, kind of through this new rev share NIL age. And just a little bit about my background. I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona. Was a mediocre high school basketball and baseball player, had to choose one, ended up walking on at St. Mary's College, playing for Randy Bennett, who just became the head coach at Arizona State, just finished 25 years there at St. Mary's, and walked on. We ended up making a couple NCAA tournaments, had a good career, and because I grew up Jewish, I was able to make Aliyah and became a professional basketball player in Israel for a couple years after my college stint in the Bay. So got to play professionally for a couple years. Incredible experience, and then felt like it was time for me to try something outside of the athletic sphere and spread my wings. So I got into sales and marketing and worked for both IMG in their college sports marketing arm as well as Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, selling TV advertising around the Golden State Warriors, Oakland A's, San Francisco Giants, and San Jose Sharks. So I did that for a couple years. I had to dress like everyone in here, pretty much, suit and tie every day. Absolutely hated it and decided that I wanted to try something else after about 18 months of that. And one of my former college coaches, Kyle Smith, was the head coach at Columbia University at the time. And I was driving over the Bay Bridge into San Francisco, and I saw that Kobe Altman left his staff to go work with the Cleveland Cavaliers. So I figured that might be my last kind of entry point to get into coaching. So I called Kyle, and he actually hired me as his director of basketball operations at Columbia. Worked with him there for a couple years, and then I was fortunate enough to meet Scott Carr and the great crew down at Auburn University. I was director of ops there for a year as well, and then an assistant, and then moved back to the Bay, working with Kyle as the associate head coach at San Francisco for 3 years. And that was my most fortunate break, being at a mid-major back in 2019. Kyle got the Washington State job, and the AD at the time came in and said, "Todd, do you think you can keep the 13 players in the program if we give you the job?" I was 33 years old or whatever at the time. I said, "Yeah, I think I can do that." They're like, "All right, you get the job." They didn't want to hire a search firm. They didn't want to spend any ancillary funds around that. And we did. We kept the team. We had a couple good years. Obviously, my third year at San Francisco, we made the NCAA tournament for the first time in 40 years, and that opened the doors for me to come work with Scott and Amy, which has been an absolute blessing for me and my family. And then I think most importantly, one thing I can speak to that just kind of has shown how different this world is now. When I was hired by Scott, and I think it was March 19th or 21st in 2022, I was thinking about the interview process with Scott and his team, and the one question that he asked me in the interview process that I felt like I did not handle very well or have a good answer to was, what's going to be your plan of attack with NIL when you get to Florida? And this is 4 years ago. My team at San Francisco, we didn't have one player that played on NIL, and we had a great team. We had the tournament, so I was very naive in thinking that we were such good coaches that we wouldn't need the support, to go out and acquire talent and find players. And then about midway through year one at Florida, I learned really quickly that we would need to figure that out if I wanted to have a job more than a couple years. Again, that's where I think Scott Strickland and his team, along with Amy coming over in the last 18 months, has been a huge lift for us as a department because we're incredibly well organized. I think we have a great plan. We have a very functional collective that we work alongside to support our student athletes and to make sure that we have the types of teams that we need. But it has been a very bumpy and, I would say, difficult thing to navigate and manage over these last couple of years in terms of just how it is to manage and how it is to work with, the student athletes and try to figure out what should be a great situation for them, but also, as Rob alluded to, some situations where people might try to take advantage of them based off the finances that they can receive from NIL deals or rev share deals, and continuing to make sure we move Florida in position to be able to compete the best we can. The challenges, there's a ton. I think big picture-wise, and this isn't specifically for me, this is more just for college athletics as a whole. I think NIL and the idea behind supporting it and making it something that our student athletes can take advantage of is, by definition, the right move. The way that it is being navigated now, though, I think is only good for the top 2 or 3% of the student athletes. I think the ones in the rev share sports, specifically basketball, football primarily, a lot of the decisions that are being made is how can we drive more revenue? How can we create more opportunities to be able to get the best players on our campuses? And as you're seeing across America right now, schools are going to have to make really tough decisions when we start having to do things like that. And you see programs are cutting tennis programs. They're cutting, non-revenue sports across the country. And I think we are just in the beginning of that if the path continues the way it is. And so that's one thing, and you hear all the people, and Jay Billis is a great example. He's a great friend. He's a great supporter of our program, talks, very well about us. But he's always pushing to create as much opportunity for, the rev share student athletes as possible. And I don't think a lot of the non-revenue sports are being thought about in those conversations. And so I think that's something that, and Ken, we talked about that at dinner is, how are we going to continue down this path where we're trying to support revenue sports to a much higher degree while also providing really good experiences, for the non-revenue sport athletes. And again, that's something that I don't have anywhere near as good of ideas as Rob in terms of solutions. But what I can provide is, at least a sounding board or someone that could give experience of maybe some conversations with our student athletes over the years or different things that, committee members might be thinking about that they haven't had access to a coach to be able to ask those certain things. That is the one that sticks to me the most. I made a couple of notes, so let me see if anything pops up outside of the experience, for all the other student athletes. Rob hit on it, the bad characters, the different people that have, turned themselves in from whether it be barbers or trainers into NIL representation, in the span of 2 or 3 months because they see the opportunity to make a 10 to 15 to 20% fee off, students that honestly don't really need their services all that much, especially when they're wanted by these different institutions like that. That's definitely shown up a lot. This isn't necessarily a problem for our student athletes. I think this is actually a huge benefit for them, but I also think this speaks to the lack of sustainability for what's going on right now. And this has happened a lot in this last cycle with men's basketball. There's players that are on rev share and NIL deals for this upcoming year that are far superior to NBA first-round picks or the highest paid players in Europe, which is generally thought about as the second highest level of basketball in the world. And again, that's definitely not a negative for the players in the sense of them being able to earn. It's not a negative for our programs because it gives us opportunity to have an insanely high level of play, which I think is driving more eyeballs and more TV ratings and all of these things, putting more butts in the seats. But again, talking about the sustainability, I'm not sure that's something that makes a lot of sense moving forward. But those are just a couple things, that I've seen and witnessed that I think are challenges or problems that we're going to have to continue to navigate. And in terms of recommendations, I don't think a lot of people are supportive of this. But I'm simply a basketball coach. I'm not as apt to solve these problems. But I do think when we're trying to solve the problems of all these sports being in the same ecosystem, I think that's going to be an issue because I think all these sports provide different challenges and different problems. And when you're trying to solve a problem for men's basketball and football, that's creating a problem for women's soccer, volleyball, lacrosse. And I think you're going to always be fighting that trade-off battle. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to figure it out as this continues in the rev share NIL world. But, those are kind of a little bit of my feedback and absolutely happy to answer any questions that anybody might have in terms of experiences that we've had within our program and on our campus.
Great. Thanks, Coach Golden. I've got 3 or 4 questions, but I'm going to hold them until we're done with the panelists talking, and then we can just jump in.
Great. Interesting to hear that. He raises some really interesting points about the the disparities between sports and what they call the non-revenue generating sports. So this is all part of that discussion about the future of college sports and what happens. But an interesting perspective there from the University of Florida head men's basketball coach Todd Golden, speaking at USF right now as this roundtable discussion continues with the Florida Board of Governors Task Force on Intercollegiate Athletics, and holding these discussions in the aftermath of President Trump's roundtable on a similar topic that included a number of officials and others with Florida ties, including Governor Ron DeSantis, who was at that roundtable. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now inside the U.S. Capitol, where we are waiting to hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana. Going to be speaking any minute now after Congress taking a major step toward ending a record-breaking partial government shutdown. Department of Homeland Security have been closed for 75 days. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees on the verge of missing more paychecks. But Congress taking a big step today. The House ended up passing the Senate DHS funding bill. This was passed by voice vote, unanimous approval. This is something that had stalled for more than a month. House Speaker Mike Johnson declined to put the bill on the floor originally because of objections to provisions that he said defunded law enforcement. And the House Speaker deciding to change course this week after the White House ended up siding with the Senate in some ways and urged the House to pass this bill. So we are waiting to hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson, and we expect that to hear any minute now, and we will get you to that news conference as soon as that begins. Want to let you know we are also following up on a court hearing earlier today in Marion County where firefighters who are facing charges in connection with a hazing case ended up pleading guilty to a charge of battery and then were sentenced by a judge. They're going to spend a couple of days but in a county jail, but no prison time. They're being sentenced to 1 year of probation in this. And there were some questions over whether the judge was going to accept this plea initially said he wasn't going to, but then changed his mind once the victim said that he supported it. There are some other provisions in that as well, but that is the big news and the takeaway here. 1 year of probation for these firefighters in Marion County pleading guilty to battery. Let me take you inside the courtroom earlier today where Fox 35's Marie Ettinger was in there for this sentencing hearing.
Mr. Day, do you want me to accept your plea and impose sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kenny, you want me to accept your plea and impose sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Trothwine, do you want me to accept your plea and impose sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Day, is there anything, well, I'm going to accept your plea. I find that you're alert, intelligent, competent to enter a plea, that you're doing so freely and voluntarily, having had the assistance of an attorney with whom you're satisfied, who has been effective, in that there is a factual basis for the plea. Is there any legal reason, Ms. Frank, that I cannot impose sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Day, is there anything you want to say before I impose sentence? You have a right to what's called allocution, okay, which is a chance to get up and speak and say whatever you want before sentence is imposed without being cross-examined by the state or being examined or questioned by the court.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Very well. As to the charge of battery, the court will withhold adjudication of guilt. You'll be sentenced to 12 months probation with all standard conditions and the following special conditions. You'll be required to serve 2 days in the county jail. You have 2 days of credit. You'll pay the following: a $250 fine plus court costs, $150 in the cost of prosecution, $201 to the Domestic Violence Trust Fund, $151 to the Rape Crisis Trust Fund, $50 per month for cost supervision. You must pay $1 a month to the First Step Incorporated. Must be paid in the first 90 days of supervision. You have to complete 100 hours at Marion County Solid Waste, 100 hours community service at Marion County Solid Waste. You can buy out half your hours at $25 per hour. I'm going to order that those be done in the first 10 months of supervision. You must complete a 10-week anger management course. I'm going to require that be done in the first 6 months of supervision. You must complete a 4-hour Florida bullying and awareness class. I'll order that be done in the first 90 days of supervision. For the term of your supervision, you cannot have any contact with Kane Stewart. Do you have any questions about the sentence here, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you have 30 days if you would like to file a notice of appeal. You'll be fingerprinted here in open court once I get the other sentences imposed. Okay, but you can go ahead and have a seat, sir. All right, Mr. Kenny, would you like me? You do want me to accept your plea and impose sentence, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept your plea of guilty. I find that you're alert, intelligent, competent to enter a plea. That you're doing so freely and voluntarily, having had the assistance of an attorney with whom you're satisfied, who has been effective, that there is a factual basis. Is there any legal reason, Mr. Erickson, that I cannot impose sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything you want to say, Mr. Kenny, before I impose sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Very well, sir. The court will withhold adjudication of guilt as to the offense of battery. You'll be sentenced to 12 months probation with all standard conditions and the following special conditions. You'll be required to serve 3 days in the county jail. You have 3 days of credit. You'll pay the following: a $250 fine plus court costs, $150 cost of prosecution, $201 to the DV Trust Fund, $151 to the Rape Crisis Trust Fund, $50 per month cost supervision, $1 a month to the First Step Incorporated, must be paid in the first 90 days, be $12 total. 100 hours community service at Marion County Solid Waste. There's no buyout option here. If everyone's being afforded that, I'm going to sentence them all equally.
Thank you, Your Honor. No, I'm familiar with the normal practices of court, so me and Mr. Kinney discussed, when I informed and went over Mr. McKinney's plea agreement, we did it under the normal auspices.
Yeah, I typically don't allow people to buy their hours out, Mr. Kinney, because an hour to me is an hour to you, is an hour to the next guy, okay? Buying hours out, I think, works in favor of people who are wealthy and disadvantages those who don't have the means to buy them out. So I typically require people to work, but what was negotiated here was otherwise. Fair enough. So 100 hours Marion County Solid Waste, buyout up to 1/2, the rate of $25 per hour, must be done in the first 10 months of probation. 10-week anger management course must be completed in the first 6 months of probation. 4-hour Florida bullying and awareness class must be completed in the first 90 days of supervision. No contact during the term of probation with Kane Stewart. Okay. You have any questions about the sentence imposed? You have 30 days, sir. If you would like to file a notice of appeal, you'll be fingerprinted here in open court shortly. You all can be seated. Mr. Trothwine, I will accept your plea of guilty. I find that you're alert, intelligent, competent to enter a plea, that you're doing so freely and voluntarily, having had the assistance of an attorney with whom you're satisfied, who has been effective, that there is a factual basis for the plea. Is there any legal reason, Mr. Pickens, that I cannot impose sentence?
No, sir.
Is there anything you want to say, Mr. Trothwine, before I impose sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. As to the offense of battery, I will withhold adjudication of guilt. You'll be sentenced to 12 months probation, all standard conditions, and the following special conditions. You have to serve 2 days in the county jail. You have 2 days of credit. You must pay the following: a $250 fine plus court costs, $150 in costs of prosecution, $201 to the Domestic Violence Trust Fund, $151 to the Rape Crisis Trust Fund, $50 per month cost supervision, $1 a month to First Step Incorporated, must be paid in the first 90 days of supervision. That's $12 total. And if y'all are wondering, that goes to help people getting out of prison re-enter. It's a probation program. We have to order it by administrative order. 100 hours community service at Marion County Solid Waste. You may purchase half the hours out at the rate of $25 per hour. Must be done in the first 10 months of supervision. You have to complete a 10-week anger management course in the first 6 months of probation, 4-hour Florida bullying and awareness class in the first.
That was at a hearing earlier today. You heard the sentences. So let's get you live now to Capitol Hill. House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking after the House decides to pass a funding bill that would end the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security.
Achievement, delivering real relief and certainty for our rural America and for all Americans. This is the first time Congress has done that since 2018. Been quite a while, but we got it done. We've also made certain that the House is going to be able to have an up or down vote on a date certain on the E15 issue, which is, is a big priority for a lot of our members here in the chamber. And most importantly of all the things we got done this week, we got the budget resolution passed. This is very, very important because that will ensure that border security and immigration enforcement will continue today and well into the future, despite Democrat attempts to reopen our borders and protect criminal illegal aliens from removal. The net result of passing our reconciliation bill is that ICE and CBP are funded for 3 years, and Democrats got absolutely nothing for their political charade and shenanigans out of that. We repeatedly offered in good faith, I want to point out, remind everybody to negotiate on funding these agencies, but ultimately the sad and actually shocking truth is there's not a Democrat in the House or the Senate that believes border security and immigration enforcement should exist at all. By word and deed, Democrats have made clear their desire to defund both of those critical functions of our government. We also passed the FISA reauthorization to ensure that the administration is armed with the best possible intelligence to continue eliminating terrorists and defending our homeland. We pray that the Senate can now pass our FISA bill as quickly as possible, and they're deliberating over that right now. Now, I just want to say this. Sometimes the process around here is cumbersome. That's the way this works. But in spite of our razor-thin, historically small majority, House Republicans continue to deliver for the American people. We will continue to do that for the remainder of the year, and that is a large reason why we are going to win the midterms so that the grown-ups can stay in charge here. I'll take a few questions.
Mr. Speaker, isn't this a solution on DHS that could have been passed days or weeks ago? Why did it take this long?
It couldn't, and here's why. You heard me trash the bill when it came over the first time because it literally was drafted in the middle of the night. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning when they came up with the final language, and it was haphazardly drafted. And what it would do is, of course, orphan and leave out immigration enforcement and Border Patrol. If you might remember, in 2024, the #1 issue in the election was securing that border. House Republicans did it. The Trump administration, the president did that. And Democrats are upset about it. So they wanted to leave that out. They wanted to orphan these two critical agencies that are under the umbrella of Homeland Security. I remind everybody on the Hill all the time, the Department of Homeland Security is the 3rd largest department of the federal government. It has critical responsibilities, FEMA and the Secret Service and TSA and all these other agencies. But the Democrats said, we'll do some of that, but we're not going to fund border security and we're not going to fund immigration enforcement. That's absurd, and we threw a fit, and we had to. We held the Homeland bill, the underlying funding bill, because we had to ensure that they could not isolate and eliminate those two critical agencies. We are getting those done now. We passed the resolution first. That was critically important for us to do to ensure that we're going to protect the homeland, even though Democrats are unwilling to do it. So now that that box is checked, we're allowed then to proceed and go through with the rest of it. This will relieve pressure from the Department of Homeland Security. Secretary Mullen, who I've spoken to in the last couple of hours, will be greatly relieved. The President will, the administration will. We were not going to have lines at TSA. Everybody will get their paychecks now. We'll get moving forward. And then we will finish the work and finally get, again, for 3 years with no crazy Democrat reforms, we will fund Border Patrol and immigration enforcement as soon as we return for the work session when that bill is finalized.
On FISA, Mr. Speaker, what do you anticipate from the Senate, and are you concerned that whatever the Senate sends over might be a problem over here?
I'm not concerned. I hope that they're going to do the right thing. Look, we sent over a reauthorization of that with minor reforms and with the anti-CBDC measure on it. These are very simple things that the vast majority of Congress agrees with, and they should get it done. They're running out of time. As you know, it will expire tonight, the end of today. And so we're calling on them to do the job, pass the House's bill, and get this done. Check the last box of the week.
They're not going to take the House bill, though.
Well, we're going to see. They don't seem to have another alternative. We'll find out how that works.
Mr. Speaker.
I don't know who you're quoting. Okay, so look, they often analogize legislating to making sausage. You don't want to see it made, and sometimes it's an ugly process. Sometimes it's a long process. I've never broken my word to a single person in this building. Nobody can tell you they can. There was a lot of emotion and frustration yesterday because sometimes when you have a small margin, as we do, we're currently working on a one-vote razor-thin margin because of absences and the rest, and people have different ideas, different priorities about very contentious pieces of legislation. The equations that we solved on legislation this week were virtually impossible. Many of you said it couldn't be done. But we got it done because ultimately we just use patience and, frankly, prayer. And we get a lot of people together and we listen to their concerns and we try to get the disparate priorities handled. I've never asked a colleague in the Republican Party ever to violate a core principle. But sometimes we have to give up on our preferences because we are in a large body. On some of these bills, some of the ones that I just named for you, they're so complicated and so complex that you literally had irreconcilable demands on either side of the House Republican Conference. And so it takes a long time to work through that and get people to consensus. But we do that patiently, we do as we must, and we ultimately deliver. Don't doubt the House Republican majority. We always deliver for the American people. We did it again in spite of the challenges, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you so much.
This is the third shutdown in 6 months. What will you do to prevent this from happening again, sir?
More questions for the House Speaker, even as he walks away from the podium and the microphones. But took a few questions there, talking about the House passing that funding bill. Again, this was done by voice vote, where essentially they ask if they can do it without objection, and if anyone were to object, then it would have to go through an additional process, but that was not done. So voice vote, not a roll call vote. No one will be, have a recording of voting in favor or against this bill, because there had been previous objections that were raised about it, as you heard the House Speaker talk about, because this is something that this is the bill that was passed by the Senate a few weeks ago, but the House had not taken it up. But after hearing from President Trump expressing his support for this bill, the House deciding to go ahead and then just a little bit ago pass this bill, again, unanimously by voice vote, and that sets in motion the end of the 75-day shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. We are getting ready to start the month of May. Tomorrow's May 1st. Today, the last day, the month of April. Let me double check and make sure that's right. Yes, that's right. I, for a second, thought it was the 29th, and I was like, well, that wouldn't be right. But here we are, April 30th, getting ready to start May, and that is the Water Safety Month. And we know, unfortunately, that year in and year out, Florida often leads the nation in drowning deaths for kids under 5. There's a lot of reasons for that, if for no other reason than the sheer number of bodies of water, whether it's lakes, ponds, the ocean, of course, pools as well. In St. Pete earlier today, we saw a demonstration and officials really talking about how easily drownings happen here. They talk about the dangers of what can happen in water and the importance of knowing how to swim, and also the importance of knowing CPR and knowing how to respond if something were to go awry. Here's officials in St. Pete talking just a little bit ago.
Today we've come together as a united front because we share a common mission, protecting the lives of our children. In Pinellas County, pediatric drowning and water-related incidents remain a serious and preventable threat. According to recent data, in 2025, there were 25 pediatric submersions and sadly 3 pediatric drowning fatalities. As you can see behind me in the pool, the white floats symbolize all the submersions and the 3 red ones symbolize the fatalities. Behind every number is a child, a family, a future forever changed. The reality is that drowning is often silent, fast, and can happen in as little as 30 seconds. Sadly, even in the presence of adults, it doesn't look like what many people expect. There's no splashing, no yelling, just a moment that can quickly turn tragic. That's why today isn't just about sharing statistics, it's about raising awareness and empowering our community with the tools to prevent these incidents before they happen. We are proud to partner with our organizations across our community who are committed to water safety, education, and prevention. Together we are stronger, and together we can save lives. It is now my honor to introduce our council member, Copley Gertis.
Good morning. Thank you everybody for being here, but I will say hopefully one day we don't have to have this press conference. That's the big, hairy, audacious goal, and I'm sure Mike's going to talk about what we're trying to do at the city to get there. But real quickly, I just wanted to share my own experience. You heard Chief talk about it happens in an instant. My family lived that. 5 years ago, I had a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. I was at my best friend's house. We were talking about pool safety. We were at a house with a net around the pool. We were inside. My daughter comes running in. I thought we were all good. She says, "Daddy, Daddy, Cade water. Daddy, Daddy, Cade water." I had no idea what she was talking about. I went to go look for my son, and he was in the pool because he had opened the back slider in a house that I thought he couldn't get out of. I could swim before I could walk. I've swam thousands of miles in our city pools. I swam in college. I was a lifeguard. 5 seconds, my son was in the pool. My daughter, 3 years old, saved my son's life. Not her dad that could swim miles. My daughter, my 3-year-old daughter, because she had eyes on him and I didn't. It can happen to anybody in an instant. And so you're going to hear from the professionals, but as a dad, as a swimmer, keep your eyes on, keep your mouth open, yell when it happens, and make sure, just because it's not your kid, always be paying attention. Because I don't want to have any more floats in the pool. All right? I don't want to have a mom or a dad even have the experience that I had to jumping in after your 2-year-old. And so I want to thank all the first responders, all of the organizations, that help prevent these types of things happen on a daily basis. We've got a bunch of our first responders here, doctors from Johns Hopkins All Children's, our amazing partners here in St. Petersburg. I'm thankful for all of you. Thanks for doing the good work, and thanks for supporting mom and dads like me who need you every day. And hopefully one day, like I said, we don't need to have this because, one, we've taught all our kids how to swim, and two, everybody has eyes on our kids at all times. We don't give up an instant. If you take nothing else away today, don't give up an instant, because that's how quick it can happen. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for helping us spread the word, and to all of our partners, thank you for the work that you're doing every day to support our kids across the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you so much, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Megan Martin.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician. I've been at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for 10 years. And over that time, I've seen hundreds of kids come in with submersion injuries. Some of them are walking through the front door, having difficulty breathing, and some of them are coming by ambulance with CPR in progress. There is a spectrum of what kiddos look like when they arrive to us. A few years ago, I had a young boy come by ambulance. He had an unknown time in the pool. He was the recipient of bystander CPR, which is so important. And by the time he got to us, he had an airway in place, so he had been intubated. And as we were doing the resuscitation, he started to breathe over the vent. And he started to move his fingers, his toes, his arms, and his legs. And his mom and I hugged and cried because we knew he was in there. The next day, he was extubated from the ICU, and then he was discharged home 2 days later, neuro intact. This was a good story with a happy ending, but for this story, every good story I have dozens more that don't have a happy ending. Kids who don't make it, kids who make it, but need assistance with walking, talking, eating for the rest of their lives. Drowning is quick, it is silent, and it can happen to anyone in just a few moments. It is so important that we make sure that we are putting layers of protection in place so that we can help protect our kids, that we get our kids swimming lessons and teach them safety around the water as soon as we are able to. I'm very appreciative for everyone who's here, the first responders and our partners, to help reduce the times that I need to break the news to a family that a kiddo isn't going to make it or is going to have problems for the rest of his life. I'd like to introduce Petra Stanton with Safe Kids and our injury prevention team.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for being here and bringing attention to this important cause. First and foremost, I also want to thank to all of our community partners who are here today, because no issue in injury prevention is such that one person can fix it alone. We need the expertise of doctors like Dr. Martin to tell us that CPR needs to be administered as soon as possible. We need to know what our first responders see on scene. And we know this issue is not isolated to one city, one county. It is a large issue in Florida. Our job is to work with families and parents and educate them about layers of injury prevention. I, as a parent, will never be the same after seeing the first non-fatal drowning victim at our hospital. My life will never be the same. This will always be close to my heart, and I will always advocate for safety, swim lessons, and layers of protection. So the first layer begins with you. Remain vigilant. Always know where your children are. Sometimes we urge families, when the entire family is at home, to make sure they have a clear view of the pool, even if they believe all the doors are locked. When swimming, make sure that somebody is designated to watch the children and the water. We distribute water watcher badges for parties to make sure one person is designated to watch the kids and the water. It doesn't have to be one person the entire time. People can take shift and pass those badges along. The second layer is inside of the home. We urge families to install door locks that are high up and out of reach of the children. We urge families to put on door alarms, so if the child opens the door, you can hear a chime, and make sure it's in functioning order, because the batteries do run out, and that is typically when children get hurt. The third layer is outside of the home. So in the pool area, make sure you have a functioning fence with a gate that is self-latching and is at least 4 feet tall. It has to go around the pool. Remove the furniture, because children can push it towards the fence and climb over it. Make sure all the toys are moved out of the pool so they do not tempt the child to enter the water. Also, learn CPR. That has been known to cause a major difference in outcomes of patients. Also, lastly, swim lessons. In Pinellas County, we are very blessed to have resources for free and reduced swim lessons with scholarships and so on. Please enroll your children. It's a life-saving resource we have. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Brandy Darcy from Parks and Rec.
Good morning. Thank you. I am also joined with our Community Enrichment Director, Mr. Michael Jeffries. I would like to share with you the importance of swim lessons. So in Florida, swimming is a part of our everyday lives in Florida, from our pools to our waterways, our beaches. We also have lots and lots of attractions here in Florida. So with that also comes a lot of responsibility. Drowning does remain one of the leading causes of accidental death for children in Florida. And as we've already heard, it happens quickly and silently. But the great thing is drowning is preventable. Swimming lessons are one of the most effective ways to reduce this risk. So in the Parks and Recreation Department, in our Aquatics Division, we're proud to offer swim lessons that build life-saving skills. They go beyond just learning how to swim. We teach water and safety, drowning prevention techniques, and confidence around the water. So studies do show that formal swim lessons, they do reduce the risk of drowning by 88%. So our summer swim lessons do begin June 1st. They run Monday through Thursday at our local pools. All lessons are taught by American Red Cross certified instructors, and they follow nationally recognized guidelines. Registration opens May 11th and can be completed online or in person at any one of our 9 pools. So we do have 9 pools. We are blessed to have 9 pools within our city, 3 of which are year-round. We have North Shore Aquatics Complex, E.H. McLean, which is the beautiful pool that we are at now, and Walter Fuller Pool. So pools open officially Memorial Day weekend, and they will expand, lessons will expand across the city. We're committed to making swim lessons accessible for all families. So yes, we do have scholarship opportunities, grant opportunities, lots of funding opportunities throughout the city so that everyone has the opportunity to participate in swim lessons, receive quality lessons, and making sure that all people within the community have a chance to be safe and learn how to swim. So we do encourage families to register early because, as we know, we're in Florida, lessons do, they fill up very fast. Again, you have the opportunity to register online, come into any of our neighborhood pools, and if you want more information, you can visit our website at www.stpeteparksrec.org/aquatics. So in the aquatics division, you know, swimming is ultimately a part, you know, of our recreation that we provide in the city. So within swimming, you have lessons, recreational swimming, swim to stay fit, for all ages. So water safety and drowning prevention must be incorporated on all levels. So together, through awareness and working together with all of our partners, we can help prevent drowning and keep our community safe.
Good morning. Brandon gave you great information. I just want to recognize that there are other partners that aren't here today and have not been mentioned. We have the Juvenile Welfare Board, who is an amazing partner when it comes to swim lessons and drown prevention. There are swim lessons available all over the county. And regardless of if you use a St. Petersburg pool to get your lessons, if you use the city of Clearwater, city of Seminole, Largo, regardless of where you get your lessons, as a peninsula, on a peninsula, it's critical that you get those lessons. I also want to give a shout out to the YMCA. They offer swim lessons as well. Find your spot, find what's convenient to you and your family, and please know that there are subsidies available. There are grants available. If you are on free or reduced lunch, please know that you can get a discounted rate for swim lessons, and it's absolutely mission critical that we teach our kiddos how to be pool and beach safe. So it's just important that we share that there is availability everywhere throughout this county to make sure that our kiddos are safe and to make sure that we don't have any children going to any of our ERs with a drowning emergency. Next, I'd like to introduce our division chief, Chief Judah.
A lot of important information at that news conference earlier today in St. Pete, things that hold no matter where you are. It is certainly important information and things to keep in mind there when it comes to drowning prevention and drowning safety. We are going to getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live as well, and cover a lot of topics in the next hour. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back. We're continuing to monitor a number of things as well, including, let me give you a live look at the Royals, who are in Front Royal, Virginia, at the very northern end of the Shenandoah Valley. If you're familiar with that area, the Royals, King Charles, Queen Camilla, are attending a America 250 block party there right now as their visit to the United States continues. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and also on Fox 35 TV. We've got a number of things that we are tracking this afternoon, and including updates on a case out of Marion County. Firefighters facing charges in the hazing case that we've been tracking for a while, now sentenced today. We'll have an update on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also beginning by following up on the investigation into Sloth World. And we brought you the really sad information yesterday about the death of Bandit, one of the sloths that had initially survived and was at the Central Florida Zoo that has passed away and in critical condition. But continuing to follow this investigation, this is something that Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie broke wide open and joins us live now via Zoom. Hannah, I know this has been a hard story to cover, but there have been so many new developments coming out in the past few days, more calls for investigations. Just kind of get us caught up first on where everything stands right now.
Garrett, this is a wild one indeed. I feel like I just started to pick at a loose thread in a sweater and have just slowly started unraveling this entire thing. As you mentioned, this has just led from one thing to the next. Currently, we have several local lawmakers calling for criminal investigations to be held into what went down at Sloth World, this iDrive attraction that was slated to open. The owner now telling us he will no longer be opening this attraction after at least 31 sloths connected to the business in the last 15 months have died. We do know of more. We just don't know the exact number. I did get import logs from FWC showing me that over the last 15 months, around 80 sloths were imported into the country from Guyana and Peru. And now we know of at least 30 are dead. And that includes poor Bandit. Yesterday, we had that heartbreaking news, Garrett, that we had to share. He was one of the 13 that was donated by Sloth World's owner to the Central Florida Zoo. He did that last Friday after making the announcement he was no longer going to be opening the business. So 13 sloths were donated to the zoo, which is an AZA accredited facility that is, able to care and provide the medical necessities that these guys needed. A lot of them coming in dehydrated, underweight. They had gut issues. They had a lot. They still have a lot going on. Bandit, unfortunately, was the worst of the bunch. He did not make it. He died yesterday. They had to humanely euthanize him. So that was heartbreaking news. Now the focus is on the other 12 that are still around. And I'm told, those ones aren't out of the woods either. So sloths are so sensitive. Just the animals in general, to keep alive in the best of the best zoos possible. And I've heard that from multiple experts on sloths. So for this to happen, it's obviously really, really heartbreaking. But, when we talk about all the sad things, at the end of the day, Garrett, we all have the question, how? How did this happen? How did this happen in the great state of Florida? How were these sloths just constantly let down by local, state, and federal agencies? We are talking about they were being held in warehouses in both Orange County and the city of Orlando. Those warehouses were not permitted to have live animals, and they were there for over a year, well over a year that we know of. And then at the state level, FWC, these sloths are considered Class 2 wildlife animals, which means the owners who are licensed to own them don't have to reveal when they've died. So there's no real numbers being kept on these when they're being imported from the country. It's just after that, it's up to anyone's standard. Then the USDA, on top of that, don't seem to be regulating things at all either. We obviously have asked all of these agencies, all of these organizations, so many questions. We've been asking for interviews left, right, and center. Today, the governor is here in town, and I actually got the chance to ask him a couple of questions. He was here talking about FDOT initiatives and then opened the question. And of course, my hand shot up and I was like, unrelated. I got to ask you about Sloth World. I think we have his response to that, Garrett.
Yeah, no. So there's this issue with this sloth world in Orlando. Like, honestly, I mean, it was really, really weird to me. I didn't even know kind of how all that. So I know FWC got involved, and I think that they're going to have to rectify whatever was the matter. You know, that my kids, we've done a number of attractions over the years. That is not one we've yet gone to, and so we'll see what happens going forward.
Okay, so that was the answer to my question, and that did not suffice. I wasn't okay with that answer, and so I asked a follow-up. Garrett, I said, Governor, FWC didn't do their job here. There was oversight. There was no enforcement. How will your office work to make sure something like this doesn't happen again? I don't know if we have the second soundbite. If we don't have it, I can tell you it was very much of the same.
Answer. Yeah.
Very much of the same, Garrett. He said, we'll let FWC handle it. But my whole point was FWC clearly hasn't handled it. They don't even have correct import logs. Everything is so messy on their end, and no one is holding this agency accountable. At the end of the day, the governor's office is at the top of this. And honestly, Garrett, his two responses, I gave him two opportunities to kind of give me a good answer. He could have at least said that they're checking into it, but that wasn't the case. And he didn't even seem to be, privy to the latest information, because as you heard him say, I haven't brought my family there. Well, yeah, because it has never opened, so there wouldn't have been a chance for him to bring his family there to begin with. But it was a disappointing answer, especially because I already have formal requests into the governor's office asking for an official statement. So his aides are aware of our request. Clearly, they haven't forwarded that information to the governor. And this is just, goes to show you this has been our fight, my fight from the get-go of just trying to get some sort of concrete answer of how this happened. And we want to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's gotten a lot of attention. We know you'll continue to fight for those answers, to fight for that accountability. Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon and giving us the latest.
Thanks, Garrett.
And so you can stay tuned for more on that. Hannah will have more coming up a little bit later. We are also following up today on what happened in court for 3 Marion County former firefighters facing charges in connection with this hazing incident that we've been talking about for months now. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger has been looking into this since the beginning and joins us live now via Zoom. Marie, can you tell us what happened in court today when these firefighters entered a plea?
Yeah, the judge at first actually said that he did not want to accept this plea. The defendants and state had a meeting about this last week and talked about it with the judge. And he essentially had said, I'll think about it, but he wanted him to go home and try again. In court today, he did wind up accepting the plea only after talking with the victim in this case, Kane Stewart. And just as a reminder for everyone, this was a case where Kane was 19 years old. He's with the Marion County Fire Department, fresh out of the academy in his rookie year, and he was filling in at the station you see there, Station 21 is the Friendship Station, not his normal station, but they had him bouncing around for a bit. And as he was filling in, he says that he was involved in the Marion County Sheriff's Office, and the judge all say he was involved in what sort of started out as a hazing incident that went wrong and then went even worse from there. So the 3 people that you see on your screen are, as of today, they pleaded guilty to this incident where Kane was dragged out. The people involved there took his belt off and started whipping him with it. They were trying to get into his phone. He had been part of this TikTok video that had gone viral. They wanted to see it. So they took his phone, they were trying to get into it in order to see the video because he deleted it from the internet. So they, again, drag him out, start hitting him, and eventually, essentially waterboard him. They say that, or he says that they covered his mouth with a rag and poured some water from a pitcher over him. They also threw his stuff into the woods, and he was held on the ground for about 20 minutes, according to another witness at the fire station. This whole thing shooting resulted in, at first, 4 people being arrested. One of them was later, the state attorney's office decided not to prosecute her. But 10 people were fired. There was another person in the courtroom today who had lost his job. He was not charged in this incident, but was involved in it. The Marion County Sheriff's Office says that he threw some of Kane's stuff out into the woods and was kind of the start of all of this, of how this incident began. He didn't want to speak with me on camera today, but he did tell me that after losing his job at the Marion County Sheriff's Office, he's been having a difficult time getting work, and that he can't believe that all of this came to be this big of a deal, essentially. Who you see on your screen now is Seth Day, one of the defendants, and his attorney, Bobby Frank, who we did speak with, and she was one of the people negotiating the plea deal, which in the end was just 1 year of probation, no jail time other than what the 3 defendants served while they were behind bars initially when they were first booked in and then had to bail out. For one of them, it was 2 days. A couple of them served 3 in the end. So no further jail time. They pleaded guilty to just battery, a misdemeanor in the end. If they had gone to trial and been found guilty of it, they could have faced a maximum of 6 years in prison for that. Instead, they will get none. On top of the 1 year of probation, they have to do a 4-hour course against bullying, a 10-hour anger management course, and 100 hours of community service over the course of 10 months. It has to be completed. So, a little more than 8 hours a month is what the judge pointed out. They could get it done. But he did allow them to say that they could pay down some of those community service hours. So 100 community service hours, but they can pay $25 an hour for up to 50 of those hours. The judge said he's normally against that because it allows people who are of a wealthier status to kind of pay their way out of their punishment. But he did allow it in this case because each of the 3 defendants are now going to be able, they got jobs working in construction. They now pour concrete all over the state for a different company and are often traveling. So they might have some difficulty finishing that community service up that the judge allowed. So that's it for them. As far as their criminal trial goes, there is still a civil case that's pending, and they are still finding out whether they'll lose their licenses. So they don't know yet whether they'll be able to practice as a firefighter or EMT in the future.
All right. So still questions that remain for their futures after all this. But Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you following up on this and giving us an update from the courtroom today.
Of course.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, or on Florida Live, I should say. But we'll be right back, so keep it here on Fox 35 and on Fox Local. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we check in on some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. And for that, we go to Fox 13 news anchor Linda Hurtado, joining us live now from the newsroom in Tampa. And Linda, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. A lot going on to Tampa, and unfortunately, we have to start with kind of a sad story. A Temple Terrace police officer under arrest for a tragic accident that killed a 6-year-old girl. Zachary Krug is charged with vehicular homicide and reckless driving in connection with this crash that happened on Fowler Avenue back on April 16th. Now, according to the Florida Highway Patrol, he was traveling at excessive speed, like over 100 miles per hour, when he slammed into a vehicle as it was making a U-turn. That 6-year-old passenger was killed, and 3 others were hospitalized, including an 8-year-old girl who still remains in the hospital. Temple Terrace police say Krug has been fired, and he had been with the department since about 2024. Big story happening in downtown Clearwater. A lot of folks are concerned over the future of the downtown area. Dozens of residents spoke at a town hall last night urging Pinellas County commissioners to lease a bunch of land. So much of the downtown Clearwater area is soon going to be up for sale once the county vacates its government buildings and moves into new headquarters. So that move would leave the future of 17 properties and 24.5 acres of land literally up in the air. Several longtime locals worry that it could end up in the hands of the Church of Scientology, which already owns about 22 buildings in that downtown Clearwater area. Its affiliated members already control nearly 200 properties in that area. The Cleveland Street Alliance, which works in tandem with the Church of Scientology, just opened up what they're calling the Good Life Showroom. And it shows off all sorts of grand plans to renovate like 6 buildings and 40 storefronts while bringing a massive 83,000 square foot entertainment center downtown. But all of that still has to go through city permitting and, of course, the approval process. And developers, any of them, can start submitting proposals for the Pinellas-owned properties in mid-June. That's why it's making news now. And the goal is to approve agreements for the land by December of 2027. All right, we're going to head over now to a story on kids' water safety. Pinellas County, of course, putting water safety at the forefront after 25 pediatric drownings just last year. So the good news is that most of the kids survived, but 3 did turn deadly. During an event this afternoon here in the area, some first responders urged families to take water safety seriously as we head into the summer season. They say a drowning can happen literally in 30 seconds or less. And even if a child survives, often they have these life-altering injuries. Families need to be watching their children or designating someone to watch them. And we need to be emphasizing the importance of swim lessons and learning CPR. And Garrett, you know, my kids I put into swim lessons when they were infants, like literally learning just how to roll over and make their way to the side of the pool, because let's face it, here in Florida there's water everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you have to do it. I mean, there's really no other choice, like you said, because of how many bodies of water we have here, whether it's the beach, lakes, pools everywhere. It's just something that you really have to prioritize, just because of how quickly it can happen, even when you may not be expecting it. If you think it's safe, I mean, you really have to be on your toes. It's an important thing.
Yeah, just glancing down at your cell phone for 10 seconds.
Yep,
that could be enough time. So.
That is very true, and it's an important topic, especially as we head into the warmer months, and a lot of time spending by the pool. Fox 13 news anchor Linda Hurtado, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
All right, thanks, Garrett.
And speaking of warmer temperatures, so we've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now. Noah, we're talking 90s and the humidity coming back up too. Feeling that already.
First time this year, Garrett, we've got a heat index plot in the forecast tonight. First time this year. We haven't had to use it yet.
Tis the season.
Tis the season now through October. And then we'll get some cooler weather back. There's the forecast over the next 3 days. First thing to know about is the heat. As Garrett just said, we're in the 90s through Saturday. A big drop Sunday into the 70s. Now, I want to be real with you. The rain Saturday night into Sunday is not going to be a lot. It's not going to end a drought. It's not even going to make a major dent. It will make a small dent, but not a major one Saturday night heading on into Sunday. So that's what we're going to track for you here. over the next couple of days. All right, so right now in Ocala, it's nice. Temperatures are in the 80s. A couple of more clouds up that way. Now, I do think Flagler, Alachua, Putnam counties, there could be a thunder shower this afternoon and this evening. Maybe a thunderstorm. It might even be a severe storm around Jacksonville, but some of those clouds are in our northern counties, and that's what we're keeping an eye on for this afternoon. It's really nice out there. You notice the heat jumping up. This is the view from Orlando. Temperatures are currently in the upper half of the 80s, and this is from Port Canaveral. Good week for some cruisers. Things are pretty nice. Moving down into the Bahamas, the way it looks right now, and from Pretty Mountain Door, a little bit of a light breeze, but things really are pretty nice. In Melbourne, a little bit more of a breeze. Now, I think the breeze Saturday will be something we all notice. Saturday, talking about winds between 25 and 35 miles an hour for the gusts during the afternoon and the evening hours. So that will be something that is pretty apparent for your Saturday plans. But it's a great day at the beach. It is sunny. It is warm. Not a lot of people on the sand. I'd be there if I had the opportunity to. It's a beautiful day at the beach. You see that. Lots of sunshine. Things are really, really lovely. Here's from Lake Fairview, just a couple of passing clouds. Temperature there also sitting at about 87. All right, so over the next couple of hours, we hit the 70s by about 10 o'clock, so it's a really warm evening. In fact, it's going to feel like it's in the 90s even through about like 6 o'clock. Humidity today is about mid-60s, the dew point, so that's noticeable, but not very humid. Very humid would be above 70, and then tropical would be above 75 for the dew point. So humid tonight, dry. In Orlando, again, we'll watch the northern horizon where there could be a thunderstorm later tonight, but not a lot. And the reason why is because of that front you see there from about Jacksonville back towards New Orleans. That's going to act as the focal point for some showers and storms as we go through the next couple of days. Now, that front will actually make some headway and move at us once we get to Saturday night, but until then, most of us are going to remain dry. All right, so on Saturday, we do have a chance of severe storms. A reminder what makes a storm severe. There is a definition. It's winds 58 or higher miles an hour and or quarter-sized hail or larger. 3 billion lightning strikes doesn't make a storm severe. It's not going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. You're not going to get that on your phone. So there could be a zillion lightning strikes, not a severe storm. So just a reminder what a severe storm is. We're talking wind gusts of 60 and or quarter-sized hail. And on a scale of 1 to 5, there's a low end risk of that in the green areas. So Gainesville, Ocala, up into North Florida. Now, I will add, I was just looking before I came to do this forecast with all of you about 10 minutes ago as we're getting some new data in. It would not be a surprise to me if we see this outlook upgraded to a level 2, the yellow, a likely mode for areas like Gainesville to Tallahassee. I actually would expect there to be some severe weather in the Panhandle Saturday. That line is going to weaken as it drops south, but for our northern counties Saturday evening, we're going to keep an eye out for maybe a severe storm or two late in the day. So quickly, here's the future cast. Tomorrow's weather today. I'll let you run through this here for today. Tomorrow, things are pretty much fine. Again, we'll watch the northern counties for maybe a couple of thunder showers. I don't think it's a lot. Now, going into Saturday, the day is fine, but here you go. There's that line of storms. I'll stop it right here. Just after dinner time, this is that front. Now, it'll slowly work its way through overnight. I think it's gone by late morning Sunday. Sunday afternoon is dry and clearing and windy. So don't cancel your Sunday plans. But notice right there, Ocala, yeah, there could be a severe storm. And there actually is enough wind energy in the atmosphere that it would not be surprised if there was a brief tornado warning or two. Ocala, Gainesville area. But that's going to lose its oomph and its intensity by the time it gets closer to Orlando. So Garrett, it does look like there's some rain is on the way over the next couple of days. I don't think it's anything earth-shattering in terms of rain, but at this point, any rain is a good thing.
Yeah.
Not often, by the way, in May where we mention the words cold front, but it's a Florida front. We go from 92 to 77. Other parts of the country, I don't know if that would be a cold front.
Still a pretty steep drop, though.
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Fox 25 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergeron, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, give you this live look at Daytona Beach right now. Keep it here, and we'll be right back. back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. There is an execution set for tonight at Florida State Prison in Stark. 70-year-old James Ernest Hitchcock set to be put to death after he's exhausted all his appeals. He's been on death row for decades. I mean, this is a case that stems back to 1976. He was convicted of a rape and a brutal murder of his 13-year-old step-niece. I had the chance to speak earlier with Judge Belvin Perry, who you may recognize the name, the former chief judge of the Ninth Judicial Circuit. But he was also a prosecutor, one of the and in the courtroom for some of these previous cases as the James Ernest Hitchcock's cases kind of worked their way through the legal system. As you know, these death penalty cases are often have long and winding roads along the way. And Belvin Perry was an attorney in with the state attorney's office when it came to one of these cases when it came back as a resentencing, I believe. I had the chance to speak with Judge Perry about this, about what he remembers about this case, and also what he would say to that defendant ahead of his execution set for tonight.
I sat second chair on one of his first resentencing hearings back in the mid-'80s after his death warrant had been signed in 1983. So I was involved as a prosecutor in one of his many resentencing cases.
With that perspective, what do you remember about this case? What stood out to you about it? What still stands out to you about it all these years later?
Well, number one, you never can get used to the fact that a child of 13 years of age, was brutally assaulted, raped, and then murdered. The defendant, Mr. Hitchcock at the time, confessed. Then he tried to take that confession back and put the crime on a relative of his, the stepfather of the victim. In this case, it's gone back and forth. It shows that the justice system sometimes is very slow. And this case should have concluded many years ago. And finally, justice is being served to bring closure to this family.
Judge, why did this take so long? If this is something, I knew you talk about it going back and forth. Still, I mean, this is a case where he was convicted in 1977. How is it now that we're talking, 50 years and that he spent on death row before being executed tonight?
Well, number one were the numerous appeals. There were some errors that the U.S. Supreme Court found on at least 2 occasions that sent it back for resentencing. I can remember when I was involved in his previous resentencing around 84, 85, he brought 8 inmates from death row as character witnesses for him in that particular trial. And that was one of the errors, I think, along the way that subsequent counsel made an issue out of an appeal. The problem was that once all the appeals were over with, no one signed the death warrant. And it takes a death warrant to be signed by the governor to do that, or the attorney general. If the governor fails to ask for a death warrant, the attorney general can petition the Supreme Court to issue a death warrant.
Judge, you talk about the death row inmate that he wanted to be called as character witnesses. I know you have seen a lot in your legal career. Had you seen anything like that?
I will never forget that as long as I live. One of the questions I asked of them on cross-examination was, where do you live? And they answered, death row. And then I asked them a series of other questions. And then I asked them, are you in favor or against the death penalty? And of course, they said they were against the death penalty. And the last question I asked, was it before or after you arrived on death row that you were against the death penalty?
What's going on in the courtroom at that point? I mean, I've not heard of anything like that happening before. That's certainly an interesting wrinkle in this case.
It was an interesting wrinkle. It was an interesting wrinkle when they closed down portions of downtown. When they transported them into the old Orange County Jail, the top of the old courthouse, to house them till they testified the next day. And they were transported. They had a caravan of prison vans followed by law enforcement. And when they unloaded them, there were numerous deputies with shotguns and other type of long rifles to make sure they didn't try to escape.
Wow. I can only imagine what that scene was like. And like you said, you believe that probably didn't really help his argument in this.
You're right. I mean, it was a long time coming, and justice will finally be served in this case. And the one thing about this governor, he is finally trying to make sure that justice is done by signing death warrants on individuals that have exhausted all of their appeals rather than let them sit forever.
Yeah, I'm curious about that from your perspective and kind of what the the fallout is of having cases like these that draw on for years and years, and then even after their appeals. I don't think anyone is saying they don't deserve their due process, because they certainly do, and they are entitled to that. But there still comes a time where those things seem to have been exhausted, and yet we still see a long length of time. What, from your perspective and your dealings with victims and others, what the impact of cases taking 50 years? What's the fallout of that?
The major fallout is that the victims' families don't have closure because they know that the person is still alive, that there's a possibility that despite the fact that all appeals have been exhausted, there's nothing to stop him from filing another motion. And we saw when the death warrant was filed in this case, there was another motion to stop his execution. This brings back finality in his case, and it brings closure to the victim's family.
Yeah. What I would imagine on a day like this, as you're kind of thinking about this case, that's probably is a big focus of your thoughts. This family that has been through so much and has waited so many years for the justice that they were promised years ago.
Justice has a beginning point, and justice should have a final point. And if a jury recommends death and the judge imposes death, and all the appellate remedies have been exhausted, and they should be exhausted within a reasonable period of time. In my mind, there's no reason why these cases, after the final case and sentence has been imposed, in a range of 5 to 7 years, you should be able to do what you need to do in terms of the appellate process, and justice should take its course if the case was not reversed in the appellate process.
Judge Perry, last thing I will ask you here, as someone who was part of the prosecution, at one point in this, what would you, if you had the chance to speak with James Ernest Hitchcock today ahead of his execution scheduled for tonight, what would you say to him?
I would say to Mr. Hitchcock that he needs to make peace with his maker.
Right. Belvin Perry, former Chief Judge of the Ninth Judicial Circuit. We appreciate you joining us and talking about this case with us. We always appreciate your time and your expertise, and thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Really interesting news conference right now out of Miami, where the state attorney there is talking about a case involving theft, an HOA, actually, a homeowners association, that is accused of stealing $2 million. I want to play for you the initial remarks from the state attorney talking about outlining what happened and some more of the details of this case out of South Florida.
Over 50% of Florida's residents are now living in HOAs or condos that are overseen by and administrated by volunteer administrative boards. Usually, these associations do act in the best interest of their communities. That is, until someone decides to cheat and to steal. And that's exactly what happened at the Hammocks. This case began when members of the community called my office because they had nowhere else to turn to, having been told over and over again that Gallego's actions, who was the president, we'll talk about her in a moment, were not criminal. Despite not living in the community, you'll see up there, Gallego, she intentionally targeted them, this particular homeowners association, because she purchased 1% share of a condominium in order to be eligible to be able to run for a position on the board. This way, she was able to successfully infiltrate the HOA board, which became her cash cow in her diabolical scheme. Margley Gallego was elected to the board in 2015 and served as president from 2017 to 2021. And even when she was no longer the president, Gallego continued to sneak in the offices in disguise to be able to run the association. Her husband, you'll see him up there on the board as well. During that same time, Gallego's husband, Jose Antonio Gonzalez, worked as a vendor for the association, and he received over $1 million in association funds for the work that he either never performed or significantly overbilled for. This was also done by other board members and employees' families with the encouragement and assistance of Gallego. This was a way around the entire statutory prohibition on receiving compensation as an HOA board member. At that time, remember, there were no kickbacks, felonies. There were no kickback criminal penalties. Now it's a felony, then it was not. Once our investigation began, its investigation by late 2020, Gallego began using the association's money to hire multiple lawyers. And we love our colleagues on all sides in our profession, but they were fighting our office's investigative subpoenas for the association records, which ultimately failed report to conceal her criminal conduct. That's why she was doing that. She never wanted us to have access to those records. She even directed and defied a 3rd District Court of Appeal decision ordering the association to turn over the records that my investigators and prosecutors had demanded time and time again. She sued the Miami Police Department. She even sued my office. And that was all funded by the association money, the victim's money, and it was all done to obstruct the investigation. If you look up at the board there for just a moment, you will see that it was only under court authority years later through the receiver that we were able to gain access to the clubhouse, which is where we believed the HO records were either stored and or hidden. When we got inside, we saw there, you see the bus that we took, and then when we got inside of the association office, there was a deep hole, like a bunker, that was in the floor, where many, not all, but many of the documents, and checks, by the way, that they'd received from a lot of the homeowners, were hidden and keeping in secret. Here you will see even more of what we discovered. When you look at the other places we went looking for the records, you'll see what we call our Jim bus, our Justice in Motion. It went to seize thousands of boxes of document just to try to make our case. Eventually, Gallego and her husband Gonzalez and the other co-defendants were arrested on numerous charges related to the racketeering, money laundering, and grand theft. Today, Margly Gallego and her husband, Jose Antonio Gonzalez, pled guilty to the charges arising from their corrupt scheme at the hammocks. For us, it was important not only to get justice for the homeowners, but to make sure that they were made as whole as much as possible from this criminal case. So you will see up there that today, this morning, just actually at 12:30, Mr. Gill was in court, and Margly Gallego pled guilty and was adjudicated guilty to racketeering and second-degree grand theft. She received 7 years state prison, followed by 7 years probation. We believe that this is the longest prison sentence ever for an HOA board president in the United States. Gallego is banned from entering any Hammocks Association offices, community spaces, or any facility for the duration of her probation. She's prohibited from approaching any of the homeowners within the community. This includes their office space, common areas, other facilities that are used by the residents. She's also prohibited from working and or soliciting work within that association or any other homeowners association anywhere in Miami-Dade County or in Florida or in the United States. Jose Antonio Gonzalez pled guilty this morning also and was adjudicated guilty to money laundering. He will receive 7 years probation. He's also prohibited from working and or soliciting work within the borders of the association. This includes, again, the residences, common areas, any of the locations that are used by any of the residents. As part of our deal, we kept saying, they had property? They took illegal proceeds and they bought a piece of property. Well, you know what? There's no deal until we get a deed. So part of their plea was that we insisted that they transfer ownership of nearly a 5-acre tract down in South Dade to the association as part of the restitution to the Hammocks Homeowners Association. Today they did that. The property now has an estimated value of approximately $1.2 million. They have executed all the documents that were necessary for the deed to go to the deed of the property to go to the association, and it was really a moving moment when we were able to give the deed today, just 30 minutes ago or so.
So that was part of the remarks from the state attorney there in Miami. You also saw standing beside her was Juan Carlos Porras, who is a Republican state representative from the Miami area, who we should also note this past session filed and championed a bill that would allow neighbors in an HOA to dissolve their HOA. That bill passed the House but died in a committee in the Senate. Here is what Representative Porras had to say at that news conference just a few minutes ago.
Thank you, everyone. I'll say some words in English y después en español. I want to first thank our incredible state attorney, Kathy Fernandez-Rundle, Tony, Tamayo, the whole team for the work that's been put into this case, years work of evidence, of investigation. I've had the honor of representing the Hammocks and District 119 in the Florida legislature now for about 4 years. And I can tell you that the state attorney and I have worked hand in hand on both of those pieces of legislation that we mentioned that's cracked down on this Hammocks case and on HOA cases across the state because of the work that the state attorney has done and because of the work that the homeowners have put out to get their voice heard, and that we are now cracking down on corrupt HOAs and condos across the state of Florida. Obviously, this is the most largest landmark case that we've seen, I think, in our time in the history of our state. And you know, the state attorney and I, like I said, we've been working on this, I think, before I even got elected. And I knocked on.
So that's State Representative Juan Carlos Porras. Let me get you live right now to the White House. President Trump about to sign an executive order and speaking right now. So let's listen in live.
Unless you say I can. Anyway. Well, thank you very much, everybody. We very much appreciate it. This is a big afternoon. They all are, in a way, because all of these things that we do are very important. This afternoon, I'm thrilled to sign a historic executive order expanding access to high-quality retirement savings accounts for millions of Americans. In my State of the Union earlier this year, I promised to make the same types of retirement accounts enjoyed by the federal employees available to all Americans. So that's what we're doing. It only seemed fair. It's really a tremendous situation for all Americans. That was really much promises made, as I say, promises kept. I'm thrilled to be joined by incredible people that I know and the warriors. Jason Smith, these are Congress people. Brian Stile, Mike Carey, Lloyd Smucker, Bill Heisinger, Ryan McKenzie, John McGuire, Zach Nunn, Derek Van Orden, Jeff Crank, Nick Begich, Monica De La Cruz, and Mike Lawler. Warriors, every one of them. They're great people. They fought very hard for what we're about to sign. And since my election, the stock market has set 59, this is in a little bit more than a year, 59 all-time record highs, adding $9 trillion in value to really the value of our country, if you think about it. Under 4 years of Biden, the average 401k rose at a rate of just $875 a year. Last year under Trump, the average 401k balance was up $24,000. So $875 versus $24,000, I would say that's pretty good. This is really incredible. The numbers are incredible. The numbers being invested in our country are more incredible than anything. You see it. There are plants being built all over the USA. We have auto plants, not just AI. AI is doing great. We're leading China by quite a bit. but we have auto plants being built all over the country. They're coming back from Canada, they're coming back from Mexico, Germany, Japan, South Korea, wherever they build autos, they're coming here. Nobody ever thought they'd see that. The union loves me. I did very well with the auto workers, but they like me a lot more now than they did when I was just talking about it. Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible. As part of the Federal Savers Match Program, low-income Americans will be eligible to receive up to $1,000 per year in matching funds deposited directly into their accounts. It's a great thing. For millions of Americans who lack employer-sponsored plans, this will be really revolutionary because they'll be covered. Nobody thought that was possible. For example, if a 25-year-old who is eligible for a Savers Match Program invest just $165 a month under the matching federal contributions, they will have an estimated $465,000 in their account by the time they're 65 years old. In other words, they'll be rich. And there's something awfully nice about that. But this is
President Trump speaking live right now from the White House, getting ready to sign an executive order about retirement savings accounts and opening up some additional access to those accounts for folks who don't have them through their employer. So some new options that will be available. We're going to take one more quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll get you right back to the president on the other side of this break. Welcome back into Florida Live. President Trump about to sign this executive order. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
With the federal match for eligible people, as you said in your speech and as Kevin explained, this is a big step forward. It's going to provide access to high-quality retirement accounts to a lot of Americans who don't currently have access to such accounts.
Okay. There it is. That's nice. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. this with the press. You'll ask some questions of the Congress people, okay? Because they were really responsible for this. All right?
Yes.
Who would like to hold it? Okay. Popular guy. Okay, let's go.
This is a presidential permit authorizing the Bridger pipeline, sir. This is a transborder pipeline similar to the old Keystone XL pipeline. It will significantly expand our ability to move oil around North America, oil and gas around North America. It's a huge deal in terms of long-term energy dominance and energy security.
Slightly different than the last administration.
Very different than the last
They wouldn't sign a pipeline deal.
President Trump is continuing to sign additional executive orders now. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but we will continue our coverage on our digital platforms on Fox Local. Stay tuned for more. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
Surgeon General, sir, and appointing Dr. Safir, or nominating Dr. Safir.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We're listening in as President Trump signs executive orders. They're being read to him as he signs them. The first one he signed was to expand access to retirement savings accounts. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
She's with Fox, was with Fox. Is it with Fox anymore, Peter? But she's great. She'll be the Surgeon General.
I believe she's with Memorial Sloan Kettering in New Jersey, sir, and she's an outstanding doctor.
She is. I just don't know how Biden used the auto pen. There's so many things to sign. He'd say, here, please take this. It's crazy. All 4 years was crazy. Okay. Let's not bring it up. She's going to be great. Surgeon General. Thank you.
This is a proclamation declaring this weekend to be National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend. Awesome. As you know, firefighters do an incredibly difficult, dangerous job, help keep us all safe. This is a proclamation honoring their sacrifice and remembering those who have fallen.
Great. Everybody likes that?
You bet.
Okay. Firefighters.
That one deserves one.
Lastly, sir, this is another proclamation. Your administration, particularly the First Lady, have made foster and adoptive care major priorities. This is a proclamation declaring National Foster Care Month, honoring those who have participated in foster programs, who have helped raise foster children, and speaking about the many things that your administration, including the First Lady's office, have done on that set of issues.
Yeah, it's been a big thing for the First Lady, so this is in honor of our First Lady.
Well said.
I spent time in foster care. Oh, that's great. That's great. God is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So do you have any questions? Maybe we discuss the first signing first. Do you have anything on that?
Mr. President,
Please.
How is this going to help small business owners? Do you think this is going to inspire more people to go into small businesses that might be reluctant earlier, for IRA, to have their IRA? This is going to help give them.
I'll tell you, small businesses now are thriving. And as you know, more people are working right now than at any time in the history of our country. We're doing great. And there's more investment being made in the United States than any country at any time in history. And a lot of that's AI, and a lot of that's maybe in a certain way, maybe more importantly, auto plants are all coming back to our country. They're coming back from different countries where they left us for Germany, as you know, and Japan, and South Korea, and Canada, Mexico. And they're all coming back at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And tariffs did it. I did it. Maybe the election did it, but tariffs did it. And if they build here, they don't have to pay tariffs. We have Germany is giving a lot of companies are coming in from Germany, from Japan. Japan just announced $10 billion more plants going to be built between Toyota and Honda and all the different companies there pouring into our country. In South Korea, Canada, they're coming in. I don't know what they're doing, but I can tell you they're coming in tremendously from Canada. There's no reason they don't want to pay the tariff, and because of that, they're investing at levels never seen before. We will, for 30 years we virtually didn't build an auto plant in this country, and now we're doing more than we've ever done. So I'm very proud of that. AI is going wild. We're doing great, and we're letting them build their own electric, but we're actually making them build their own electric plant, so they take tremendous amounts of energy to have a successful plant, and they're building all of the new ones. They're building their own electric plant, like a utility, and any extra they'll either give it or sell it for a good price to local communities and to the grid. So it's going to be fantastic. But we have tremendous amounts of factories being built in our country now, more than we've ever had at any time ever before. And we have the biggest investment being made in our country. In the history of our country, by the way, in the history of any country, there's never been a country that has the kind of investment coming in that we have right now. And these things are being built right now. So you're not going to see the results. I mean, you see construction results. You notice the construction workers are through the roof. But when they open, the numbers are going to be staggering. Do you have a question?
I certainly do. Thank you, Mr. President. You had some good economic news, GDP, 2% growth. Yeah. New orders for business equipment surged to the highest level in 6 years. And IRS data shows that the average federal tax return is up by more than 11% when you compare it to the same time as last year. Do you believe that this is evidence?
Over 100%.
Do you believe that this is evidence that the big, beautiful tax cuts that you signed into law last year are working? And do you think the economy is going to continue to hum as the year progresses?
Yeah, thank you. So the biggest tax cut in history is in the great, big, beautiful bill. And I think, I see it. I actually see it reported where people are shocked at how much money they're making. They can't believe the refunds that they're making. 5,000, 6,000, 7, 8, 9. I saw one last night on television, 11,000 more than she thought she was going to get. And it's no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, no tax on social. Nobody can believe it even. And the numbers are far greater than they thought. People that thought they were going to make an extra $500, turns out they're making an extra $5,000. So it's been really great, yeah. And that's going to carry forward. Look, the country's doing really well. And that's despite a military operation. I don't call it a war. Would you rather have a military operation where really, Iran is dying to make a deal. I can only tell you that. I don't want to get into it, but they cannot be nuclear other than that. But their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone. Every ounce of any form of equipment practically is gone. Their drone factories are about 82% down, and their missile factories are almost 90% down. And many of their missiles have been knocked out. They used some, but we knocked out more than they used. And it's pretty amazing what's happened. They want to make a deal. But despite the fact that we are in what some people would call a war, we just hit a new high today on the stock market. We have S&P is through the roof. They're through the roof. And, when we hit 50,000 on the Dow and 7,000 on the S&P, I said to myself, we got to do something about Iran. They want to have a nuclear weapon. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. And I hated to do it to my people because they said 50,000. Peter, you know this, that 50,000 wouldn't be obtainable in my 4 years or anybody's 4 years. And we hit 50,000 in my first year, the end of my first year. We hit 7,000 on the S&P. They said that would be even less attainable. And we hit that at the end of the first year, before the year was up. And then I said to Kevin, sorry about this, Kevin, but we have to put out a fire. And the fire is taking place in the lovely country of Iran. And they want to have a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't use this beautiful, see that plane right there, that beautiful B-2 bomber? It looks small there, but it's actually quite large. It doesn't look very powerful there, but it's quite large, actually. We ordered 25 more of them, the updated version, all built in America, which is very nice, right? But if we didn't have that B-2 bomber, if we didn't go in and do what we did, we obliterated that nuclear capacity of theirs, and so they didn't get the nuclear bomb. If we didn't do that attack, should have been done long before I came along by other presidents or by another country or something, but it should have been done long before I came along. But they are in very bad shape, and they've got nothing going, including leadership. I mean, their leaders are gone. Now they have a whole new, their first string leaders are gone, their second string leaders are gone. Now we're dealing with their third string. But we'll see what happens. It's been an amazing period of time between Venezuela and where we're doing great. We're getting along with them great. We're working very closely with them. They're doing more oil now than they've done in many, many decades, actually. And they're making more money, and so are we. It's like a joint venture, to be honest. And we've paid for the attack many times over. The attack, something you've never heard before, probably. I always used to say to the victor, belong the spoils. But we paid for the attack, which is always expensive. But it was a less than one-day attack. It was actually a 45-minute attack. And that's a good, they have good military in Venezuela, but they did not expect that and that and that and that. Other than that. But when these suckers come at you at 2,500 miles an hour, at 25 feet off the ground, you say, this is not what I bargained for. This is no good. Anyway, and now, Venezuela was amazing, but now we're doing, essentially, it's larger, but we're doing essentially the same thing in Iran. Can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And their economy is crashing. The blockade is incredible. The power of the blockade is incredible. They're not getting any money from oil. And hopefully it can be worked out very soon. Yeah.
Iran is proving to be very stubborn. The talks seem like they are stalled. Are you getting antsy to break the ceasefire?
Well, I mean, I don't know what stubborn is, because really nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people. They want to make a deal badly. We have a problem because nobody knows for sure who the leaders are. It's a little bit of a problem, The leaders have been wiped out along with their military, almost all of their military. I mean, think of it. 159 ships was their total Navy. 159 ships are gone. They're underwater. They're way below sea level. Sea level is a big difference. Pretty deep waters over there, too. So, I don't know that we need it. We might need it.
And on Iran, a little while ago, the president of FIFA said that when the World Cup is here in the U.S., the team from Iran will be playing in the games.
Well, if Johnny said it, I'm okay. Did Johnny say it?
He did. What if they
Johnny
win?
Infantino, that's a piece of work.
What if they win?
Well, if they win, we'll have to worry about that. That's not. I'm going to have to worry about that one. Look, you know what? Let him play well. Johnny's fantastic. He's a friend of mine, and he talked about it. I said, you do whatever you want. You can have him. You don't have to have him. Probably have a good team. I don't know. Do they have a good team? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Would be hard to believe, actually. But I think let him play. Right?
This is a little bit different, but what is your take on these reports that your show, The Apprentice, is going to could come back on Amazon with host Donald Trump Jr.?
Well, I've been hearing it. Look, we had a great success, 14 seasons, and The Apprentice was a tremendous success. So I've been hearing that, a little bit. So we'll see what happens. He's good. He's a good guy. He'd be probably good. He's got a little charisma going. You need a little charisma for that soccer swing. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, they told me about it. We'll see.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. There's been some talks about changes to your security after what took place.
Changing my security.
Changing your security after what took place.
Well, they did a pretty good job, actually. You know, they stopped the NFL running back. I mean, he was like a running back. In fact, if he ever got out, they're probably going to sign him. He was a speedy guy, but he was stopped. They had many levels in front of him before he would even come to us. You know, you could be a baseball team and win 19-0, and somebody could say, you should have won 21. You should have gotten 25 runs. The team was no good or something. So I don't know. I can only say that I know a lot of those people at Secret Service, and they were good and they were forceful. And I saw the guys in front of me. They were powerful-looking guys. I said we could send them to Hollywood. They could make movies. I think that there's always room for improvement, right? And he got into the building. The problem is I know that's what I do. I build buildings like that. Much nicer, actually, but I build buildings like that. And, you know, when you have 1,000 rooms sitting on top of a ballroom, and you have the elevators coming down right near the entrance, it's a pretty tough situation. Now, right outside, we have something that's on time, on budget, actually ahead of time, ahead of budget, depending on finishes. You know, finishes is a big difference between marble and onyx in price, but it's right on budget, right on time. And that's built to the highest standards of security. No units on top, no hotel built on top where an elevator comes right down through the middle of it. It's a tough location. That's a tough location. So I think I know the people at Secret Service. I think they're great, and I think the Congress has to take care of those people. You know, we're talking about ICE. We're talking about Border Patrol, Secret Service. Everyone is. The Democrats essentially want to defund the police. Just so you know, that's right. They want to defund law enforcement. It's crazy. These people have gone crazy. I heard Hakeem Jeffries, a low IQ person. He's a very low IQ, screaming today that the Supreme Court is illegitimate. I mean, that's a dangerous statement. Then if I say something modest, they say, oh, he's a king, he's a king. They're sick. But Hakeem Jeffries said the Supreme Court is illegitimate. That's a rough statement. If I made that statement, it would be the biggest story out there. Bad things would happen.
One of the ideas.
The average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30 in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place.
What about
You're not going to have to pay a little bit more for gasoline. The gasoline, the oil will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over.
Good to see you again, sir. I've got two questions. The first, I want to follow up on Daniel's question. I've described you as the peacemaker. You're achieving peace around the world. Due to these latest policies, big beautiful bill, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, now the Trump account, and then the IRA account, could we describe you as the wealth maker?
Well, I'm helping people out. It's a nice question, actually, but I'm helping people. These people are with me. You know, these are great people, and feel free to speak up if you'd like, because they wanted this to happen, and we got it done. And they're Republican people, I think, in all cases, right? In all cases. It's crazy. We need, like, always unanimous, because the Democrats, they will vote against anything, no matter how good. If they had their favorite thing in the world, and we happen to want it, but we found a new strategy. We're going to oppose every single thing that we want, and we'll get unanimous votes. So I'm going to come up and oppose everything, Brian, from this point forward. And they'll vote for it. Go ahead.
Second question. You created Space Force on the second end. towards the end of your first administration.
Right.
You just had the Artemis II crew in here. I know it's a big accomplishment. What do you see moving forward, the duration of your administration in terms of space exploration? I know that was a big moment for you.
Well, doing Space Force I think it's going to go down as one of my more important things. It's turning out. Even a lot of these great military operations that we have right now, when you look at Venezuela, when you look at like the decimation of Iran, which was considered powerful, it was the bully of the Middle East. And a lot of that took place so effectively because of what's coming out of space. When we did Space Force, when I did Space Force, I'm very proud of it. Space was like, we were third. China was first, Russia was second. Now we've leapfrogged. We're way ahead of China, we're way ahead of Russia. And we made some great choices. The first person that headed Space Force, and really after that we had a couple of really great people heading it. Always very important. And a new person is heading it now. I think he has a chance to be as good as anybody, as good as, maybe better, I don't know. But we've had great people heading up Space Force. It's been very important. It's been very important for what we're doing with respect to the different places. And as far as peace, I settled 8 wars. And people try and dispute it, but then they go over them. And almost in every case, they sent letters thanking me and letters to the Nobel Committee. I don't care about that. Maria was very nice. She gave me her Nobel Peace Prize because she said she didn't deserve it. She was very, very nice. But I settled 8 wars. And in every case, the people, the prime ministers or presidents wrote letters thanking me. And in the case of India, look, the biggest one would have been Pakistan, India. The prime minister of Pakistan said, I saved from 30 to 50 million lives, but it could have been more than that. 2 nuclear nations were going at it. 11 airplanes were shot down. They were in the first week of what would have been a very bad war, and I got it solved. You know how I got it solved? By the use of tariffs. I said, I'm going to charge you tariffs if you guys keep fighting. And they said, oh, please don't do that.
You just lifted the tariffs, right? You just lifted some tariffs on whiskey? Is that correct?
Yeah, what I'm doing is for as long as I've been here, they've wanted to, you know, Kentucky, which is a great place. And I also won, Jason, by a lot. But Kentucky, with the bourbon, and Scotland with the whiskey, and they've had trade for years and years and years, and a lot of restrictions, a lot of different restrictions took place that didn't amount to much, and it really stopped them. I don't know if you know, it's a barrel trade. They use the barrels from the one to take care of the other, and the barrels are only good for 1 unit. In other words, they can't be used twice. They can only be used once, but the once makes it a better substance. I'm not a big drinker, so forgive me. But it makes them a big substance and a better taste. But they dealt for years. This was Scotland and Kentucky, mostly Kentucky. And I just took all the restrictions off. So Scotland and Kentucky can start dealing again. And I did it in honor of the King and Queen who just left. They're heading back. And it was a big deal. They've been trying to get this for a long time.
Yes, you talked about possibly pulling out some troops out of Germany. Would you be considering the same thing for Spain and Italy? I mean, they haven't been exactly on board.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I probably will. Why should I? You know, look, why shouldn't I? Italy has not been of any help to us. And Spain has been horrible, absolutely horrible. You know, it's NATO. It's not even the fact that they're bad. It's one thing if they said nicely, or if they said, okay, we'll help, but the help's a little slow. But the level, and we helped them with Ukraine. You know, they made a mess out of Ukraine, a total mess. And we helped them with Ukraine. Ukraine has nothing to do, you know, we're an ocean apart. It has to do with them. It's like for them, it's their front door. We help them. And Biden gave them $350 billion, which was insane. It's one of the reasons the war went on. But when we needed them, they were not there. We have to remember that. And so if we ever have a big one, because we didn't need any help with Iran. We had Iran right from the first day. It was over. It was over. And Now it's even more so. We're so locked and loaded if we want to do. But we didn't need the help. And to a certain extent, I asked them, I didn't need the help, but I said, yeah, we'd love to have you help, because I wanted to see if they do it. And they, in all cases, they said, we don't want to get involved. And you know, the amazing thing is they use the Strait of Hormuz. We don't. We don't use it. We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. Well, wait a minute. And they use it. We don't. And you would have thought they would have said, we would love to help you. But they didn't, which I think was a very... And Germany, I mean, he's doing a terrible job. He's got immigration problems. He's got energy problems. He's got problems of all kinds. And he's got a big problem with Ukraine, because they're in that mess. And he criticized me for doing the whole thing with Iran. But I said, would you like to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran? He said, no, I don't. I said, well, then I guess I'm right. He didn't have any answer to that. The bottom line is, for this world, for our country, but certainly for Israel, the Middle East, and Europe, much closer, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you agree that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, which most people agree, almost everybody, it should have been done a long time ago. But if you agree they can't have a nuclear weapon, then what I did has been executed perfectly, because our military has decimated them. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, two questions for you. Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. You have called this the new regime before in Iran, but I speak to Iranians on a daily basis, and they tell me that these are the same people that have murdered them, executed them, repressed them. I talked to them through the blackout, and they wanted me to ask you this question. And second of all, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, how come he's not involved in these conversations?
Oh, he's very much involved. Marco is he's negotiating with them all the time. Now look, Iran killed 42,000 people over the last 2 months, protesters. They were going to kill 8 women whose lives I saved, and I appreciate that they didn't do it. I asked them not to do it. They didn't do it. They were getting ready to hang the women. They were going to hang 8 beautiful women that were... I mean, it just caught the imagination of a lot of people. People were talking about it. You know, it was inconceivable. You saw those 8 beautiful people, and they were going to be executed that evening. This was a week ago. And I got on the phone very quickly, and I said, don't do it, don't do it. The whole world is watching, don't do it. And they didn't do it. I appreciate it. I guess 4 were released, and the other 4 are going to be released in a month. They were ready to be executed that night. So they take a tough, you know, they knocked out the wrestler they killed. They killed the wrestler's teammates. He was a world champion wrestler. He was a great wrestler, great, talented wrestler. They killed him because he protested. He spoke. He wasn't wrestling. What he did is he spoke negatively about the regime, and they killed him. They executed him along with his friends. They killed 42,000 people. So when you say about, they say that I do the same, I don't do the same. I'm trying to save that country in a certain way, and nobody's ever seen it. Think of it. They killed 42,000 innocent, not weapon-carrying people for protesting. 42,000, and the number they say is a lot higher than that. There's a rough group, but we have decimated them. And their economy is a disaster. So we'll see how long they hold out. We'll see.
Mr. President, President Trump, Saudi Arabia is pulling the plug on Live Golf. Once that tour is gone, do you think the PGA Tour should welcome the defectors back with open arms?
Well, I do. It's a great question. In fact, if I had time, I'd love to watch television today, because the PGA Tour is playing at Doral, the Cadillac Championship. And I said, who's winning? I don't get a chance. I can't even look at it.
Jordan Spieth was in the lead earlier.
Who is?
Jordan Spieth.
Oh, that's good. He's good. Great guy. Good putter, to put it mildly, right? He's a very great guy. Chipper putter. No, it's they're at my tournament right now, the PGA. In 2 weeks, Liv is going to be at my course right here on the Potomac. No, I'd love to see Liv, but I do believe that all of the golfers should be playing, the great golfers should be playing against each other. I do believe, you know, it's sort of, they were viewing something as a monopoly, but it's in a way, it should be opposite of a monopoly. I want to see Rory playing Bryson DeChambeau. I want to see Big John Rahm playing Scotty, who's so great, right? Scotty Scheffler is great. And I want to see him play John Rahm and Bryson and all the different guys. They have great players on the LIV. But it's almost like people want to see that. That's why the Masters was so good, because you saw everybody together. Patrick Reed played great. You know, he's on LIV and he played great. And they all did. They all played. They're great players. I play with them. They're very good. When I think I'm a good player and then I play with them, I don't think I'm that good. You know? But there's something nice about all of the players playing together. Now they'll all be accepted by the tour. There's no question, because they're great. If they weren't, you know, but the tour really will. The tour wants to have the best player. You can't have the best player that they're boycotting. Now they may do something, you know, a little bit, but they'll all be back on tour and it'll be great. And you know, having one tour. Now I don't know that what's happening with LIV. I'm not sure what's happening with LIV, but they are playing in my course 2 weeks on the Potomac, beautiful course. But right now they're playing at Doral, which I own, and if we end this early, I'll be able to watch for about 3 minutes before I get back onto the economy and every other subject that we have, including Iran. We're doing so well with Iran, so I think so.
I just want to follow up.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Question on clarification of the Trump IRAs versus a regular IRA.
Right.
Does it come down to the difference of a federal match? Who would qualify for that? And secondly, do you have any reaction to Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell staying on the Board of Governors? Were you prepared to take any action on that?
No, I don't care. If he stays on, he stays on. That doesn't. I just wanted to make sure that Kevin became the head. It's very unusual that they stay on. You know, I predicted he would, because you know who's going to hire him, frankly. So I predicted he would stay on, but you know he's a negative. I think he's a negative force. The thing that angered me about him more than interest rates was the fact that he could allow a building to cost billions of dollars more than it was. I could have built that building. I could have renovated and fixed that building, which is what I do. I always did well with it, for $25 million. They're going to spend maybe $4 billion. It's not even close to being opened. You know, Kevin, who's going to be fantastic, I don't know if he's going to have an office. I'm going to have to put him right here. I'm going to give him that. We'll cut the oval in half. I'll give him half of the oval. No, it's, I think I'm very happy about Kevin. I think he's a star. And the other Kevin, we're going to talk to you. Could you answer her question?
Yeah, sure. It's a great question, and the match is a super important part of it, and it's one reason why we're calling on our friends here to potentially expand it so that right now the match is capped at $35,000. But there's a whole academic literature that this match has a big effect on people's willingness to save and their long-run welfare. And so the differences really are the match. We're creating the TrumpIRA.gov website, so it'll be really, really easy for people to have access to private companies that have to follow the TSP rules that are really low cost and so on, so that they'll get the best possible investment. And finally, you've noticed that Michael Dell has given money, promised money for the Trump accounts. We've also made it clear that in the Trump IRA, charities can contribute to other people's accounts.
And I imagine this will boost the stock market and economy further.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to mention phase 2? We're doing phase 1 today because I can do that without Congress. But phase 2 is going to be something that would be unbelievable. Do you want to just give a little summation? We'll be going back to Congress to ask for this.
Right. So the basic headline is that if you look at the huge success of Australia in their retirement savings accounts, that we're working with the Treasury Secretary, he and I, and Jason Smith and other members of Congress to come up with something that's pretty close or in the direction of the Australian system.
Or better.
Or better.
They had a couple of little glitches that we'll get rid of.
But there's absolutely no contemplation of harming Social Security in any way. This is meant to be an add-on to that.
It'll be very exciting. It's going to be great. We'll be pretty quick, pretty fast. We're going to move pretty fast.
Can I follow up?
Something that we talked about. Something that we talked about a couple weeks ago. There's all these missing scientists who had access to classified material. A bunch of them have turned up they're either missing or they have turned up dead. Have you been briefed yet about whether or not these cases are connected?
Yeah, I have.
And can you tell us if they are connected?
Well, so far, I mean, they're individual. We have a lot of scientists, so when you see, you put together 10, it's a lot, but it's, a very small number compared to what overall. We have a lot of scientists. I was asking that question. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of scientists. So, some of them that we looked at are very sad cases in some cases. Some were sick. Some left this earth self-inflicted. Some had other things. So far, there's not a major, there's sometimes a little bit of a connection anyway, and you say, oh, this is a terrible thing. But so far, we're finding that there's not much of a connection. We'll let you know. We're going to be doing a full report on it. It's very serious stuff.
Mr. President, follow up on my question earlier. Have you been informed if the Secret Service agent who was shot on Saturday, if that was from friendly fire or if it was from the suspect?
Well, they say it was not friendly fire.
So you're hearing that it's from?
Well, that's what I heard. I heard that. They said it wasn't friendly fire.
Okay.
It was actually reported. You read the reports because it was actually reported.
Yes, sir. I read through the DOJ memo.
Yeah, but well, then why do you ask me the question?
I don't believe it said that the agent was struck by.
I'm just saying they said it wasn't friendly fire.
And he hasn't been charged
yet. It wasn't
yet.
us.
Okay, and he hasn't been charged yet with that. Of course, that could come. I want to follow up on the security changes. Is there talks about you potentially wearing a bulletproof vest moving forward, given you have now been shot at?
I don't
so
know if I
many
can
times?
handle looking 20 pounds heavier. These guys, they look so good. Some of these guys are physical specimens. Some of these guys are traveling. Get him away from me. I don't want to be near him. If you want to gain 20 to 25 pounds, get a vest. And live, frankly, the vest did an amazing job because it took a bullet close up. And he didn't even want to go to the hospital. I mean, we sent him to the hospital just in case, but he didn't want, still a hit. But he didn't want to go to the hospital. The vest totally protected him. Still a lot of power behind that shot, though. That's like getting hit by Mike Tyson. But it's amazing. I've been asked about that, and I guess it's something you consider. In one way, you don't like to do it because you're giving into a bad element, and so I don't know. But I have been asked about it.
How nervous are you about it happening again? Another assassination attempt?
I don't think about it.
You don't think about it at
If
all?
I did, I wouldn't be doing a very good job here. I'd be thinking about nothing but that. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. If I did, I wouldn't be effective. Okay.
Mr. President,
Right.
real quickly, you pushed on True Social, calling on Senate Republicans to blow up the filibuster. It is a big issue with MAGA. MAGA wants you to get rid of it.
They should
Why
do
don't
it.
you do it?
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
I have no idea. You know why, I guess? Because they have 3 or 4 that are like hard line. The same ones that are hard line, no to everything. And if you don't have all of them, we have a very small majority. John Thune's a good man. I said to him, John, just go take the vote. Let's expose who the people are. But, if we got rid of the filibuster, we could vote on the Save America Act, voter ID. You act so good. I love this. He's a great guy. Even though I don't love his girlfriend too much, okay? I won't tell you who the girlfriend is. But I like him, and I've always liked him. It's great that he hasn't changed. But Brian, I think here's the problem. It's not even imaginable to me why. And people are angry about it. I'm talking about Republicans are angry about it. The filibuster should be terminated. If the Democrats ever get a shot, which probably, based on history, sometime they will use it in the first minute of the first hour, and they will execute all of the bad things. 21 justices, they really like 21. I heard 13, but they really want 21 Supreme Court justices. And they really want to have D.C. and Puerto Rico become states. That would mean automatic 4 senators go into the Democrat column. And there's not even a chance that they don't do it and do it immediately. Now, with that knowledge, because you could argue whether it's good or bad, but I don't think it's that much of an argument, frankly. But you could argue, with that knowledge that they're going to do it immediately, why wouldn't you do it as a Republican? Unless you have bad motives, almost. But if we did it, we could pass one bill after the other. we could pass laws and acts and things that we never even dreamt of passing. And you know what else? We wouldn't lose for 50 years. You know, if we terminated the filibuster, we would have a 50-year run. You'd stop cheating. I mean, look, they're professional cheats, and they're great at it. That's what they're best at, because you can't get elected with their policy. You can't get elected with men and women's sports, with transgender mutilization of our children, with open borders for jails to be dropped into our country, and mental institutions, and drug dealers and murderers. Think of it, 11,888 murders come into our country. Nobody even talks to them about it, right? We got a lot of them out because of, you know why? Because of ICE, which they don't want to fund. They're defunding our police. When they defund ICE and with Border Patrol and Secret Service, they're defunding our police. The same thing as they're doing with an officer on the street corner. So why the Republicans Senate doesn't just sit in there and just do it and take a negative vote and do it again and again like the Democrats do. They go again and again. The war power. I'm negotiating a deal with Iran. And every week, every 3 days, they put in a thing that the war should stop. And people ask me, how the hell do you negotiate like that? You're destroying them. Every day I read, think of it, we militarily decapitated the country. And every day I read about how well they're doing militarily. They got nothing left. They're done. And yet I read in the New York Times, I see in that stupid CNN, which I only watch because you have to watch a little bit of the enemy. So I watch it for a very short period. But you have to, you have to be smart. And if you see CNN, you'd think they're winning the war. If you read the New York Times, it's actually seditious, in my opinion. You read the New York Times, you actually think they're winning the war. I read some of these columnists, but it all starts from the top. It's a terrible thing. So we're negotiating with them, and they read how well they're doing, and they're sitting in a cave, and all their leaders are dead. Everyone's dead around them. Missiles are all over the place. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no nothing. We can fly right over the middle of Tehran without being shot at because they have no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And they're reading that they're winning the war. They're trying to figure it out. They get the New York Times, I guess, in some form, and they think we're crazy. But, you know, I'm supposed to be negotiating, and they make you negotiate from weakness, not strength. But the difference is I don't care. And everybody knows the facts. We are decimating that country. I got a call today from another country that's more on our side than that Middle Eastern country, saying, sir, please don't hit them anymore. They're decimated. Please. He's actually helping them. He's actually saying, please. And yet the New York Times will tell you that they're winning the war. It's so sad. I hate to even say that because when I say that, people out watching, they'll say, oh, maybe they'll win the war just by the fact that I'm saying it. And it's so ridiculous. They're being decimated. We have the greatest military in the world. And one thing that's come out of this and Venezuela, some of the things that have happened, I rebuilt the military in my first term and did a good job. And also the first year of this term. We have the greatest military in the world. When I spoke with President Xi, when I spoke with President Putin, I have great respect for what I've done and what our military does. We have a military like no other. You know, when we attacked Venezuela, their equipment, none of it worked. It was all good equipment, but it was discombobulated. You know what that means? They pressed the buttons and nothing happened. They said, what the hell's going on? They heard that weird buzzing sound from way up high. It's amazing how great our military is. And for us to read, it's like the B-2 bombers right there. Late at night, 8 months ago, they went into Iranian territory, and Iran was waiting for them. And they were firing at the wrong targets. They were firing at their planes, but they didn't see them. And with no moon, dark at night, they dropped each plane at 2 bombs, 14 bombs. Every one of those 14 bombs went right down an air chute. Think of it. They followed the beam right into the chute. And every single one of those bombs, very powerful, 200,000-pound bombs, every one of those bombs went right down an air chute. Late at night, think of it, late at night with no moon, you couldn't see a thing. They put those, and they went into territory. All of a sudden, I was watching. They got faster. Then they go like that because the bombs go faster when they head down. I wouldn't want to head down. I'd head up. I'd want to get the hell out of there. And they let the bombs go. And then the first one that let them go was a perfect hit. He said, skedaddle. And that plane turned over in its size. And it went back to a place called Missouri. If you don't mind, Jason.
God's country.
It went back. It wanted to say hello to a very powerful congressman, by the way, from Missouri, Jason. So every one of those bombs, and yet before they landed, CNN came out with a report that maybe the damage wasn't that great. The damage was far greater than we said. It was obliteration. When the Atomic Energy Commission went there 1 week later, they say Trump was right. It was obliteration. And they still haven't been. They've had possession of the site. They haven't been able to do anything with it. That stuff is buried. And the reason I took such, I was angry about it, was because it's disrespectful to those pilots and those incredible people, including the people that maintain the planes. Those planes had to fly for 37 hours without stopping. They got the tankers. They had 3 tanker lifts, meaning they had to get refuel up in there. They never landed. They went all the way from Missouri to here and then back. Some went to Guam, which there are those that say that was a way of camouflaging the whole thing, because they followed the ones from, they thought the ones from Guam were not coming. They were going to take it easy at Guam. That didn't work out too well. But that was amazing. And the New York Times and CNN, they said, well, maybe the B-2 attack wasn't so good. Even to this day I hear it, because we want to get the nuclear dust. It's way down there. You need excavators and everything to get it. But we want to get it. We'll take it one way or the other. We'll get it. We'll either get it or we'll take it. They'll either give it to us or we'll take it. But I think it's very disrespectful to our incredible military when they say, maybe they missed the target. Every single bomb hit the target. Then on top of that, we shot from submarines 30 unbelievable missiles that also hit the target on top of that. It was complete obliteration. And it was confirmed by Atomic Energy. But even the other day I saw on CNN, well, I don't know. They want the stuff, so therefore the bombs didn't hit. Yeah, we want the stuff. It's way buried. But we want to get it. We will get it. It won't even be hard. But they have to respect our military. They have to. If it were a miss, I tell you, we'd be fine. It would have done a lot of damage. But these bombs went down the air chutes. They'll never build air chutes again in a mountain. They built these air chutes to get a little air up there. They'll have to find a different way because it didn't work. But our military is amazing. There's never been anything like. We have the most powerful military on earth, and it's too bad we have to use it, but we're doing really well. So we'll see how that all works out. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump answering questions in the Oval Office of the White House at an event where he signed a number of executive orders, including one that would expand access to retirement savings accounts. It looks like the president may still be speaking. Let's listen.
I say to people, am I a better builder or politician? And most of them say politician, but that's okay. What I do best is I build. The ballroom will be just like that. So I went out and I have a special black granite. Granite is the most powerful stone there is. Marble is much weaker than granite. I like marble more because marble can be more beautiful, but it's a much weaker stone. When you look at gravesites and you look at a marble plaque, 100 years old, you'll see oftentimes you can almost not read it. When you look at a granite plaque, 100 years old, it looks like it just got put there yesterday. That's a test. But we have the finest granite anyone's ever seen. It's called flawless granite. There's very little of it. And I replaced broken slate that was put here many years ago. I saved the ramp because it's in honor of FDR. FDR right up there, he had that built as a ramp. They said, oh, sir, we'll straighten it. I said, no, you have to leave the ramp. It was built. That ramp was built for FDR with a wheelchair because, it's pretty good slope. But a lot of people say, why is it a ramp? They say, because of FDR. They say, I get it. But we saved that. But we replaced the broken slate. And a slate, by the way, is meant for a roof. It's not meant for a sidewalk. And we replaced it with granite, the highest grade granite. It's valued at, they value stones in terms of, that's valued at 1 million plus. That means 1 million plus years. A marble will oftentimes be valued at 200 years, 300 years. This is giving you a little lesson in stone. Somebody would say, he went off on a tangent. There's something wrong. Like I did with the pen. I gave you a little thing of the pen, that pen is better than the one that cost $2,000 that you're handing to everyone. See, this one, I can hand to these guys, that's worth $3, okay? That's right. Maybe 5. So, anyway, but I always felt guilty. But they said, he went off on a tangent. I always say, if you don't find it interesting, leave during it. But the granite path, in fact, if you can, let them leave through that door. It's just completed. We had it completed for King Charles. On time, on budget. I paid for it, so, it's very expensive. I would tell you.
Does he love this?
He loved it. He loved it. And he's seen some nice
The
stonework.
Trump Renaissance. This is a Trump Renaissance.
Well,
here in
we're
DC.
fixing the White House.
But
it was sort of terrible. People would walk to the Oval Office over broken slate. Again, slate is used on roofs. It's not used where people walk on it, and it's been walked on for a long time, and there are many, many broken pieces. So I said to do it right. Now, the other thing I did, if you want to have a look, all of the columns, they had 200 years of paint on them, and they looked terrible, and, they were chipped and broken, and when you have a lot of paint, and I stripped the columns back down to the original stone and painted them, and you'll see it. But you may want to, final touches, little touch up here with the paint, get a little hit by a couple of these heavy stones. They're very heavy, thick. It's thick granite. But that granite's valued at over 1 million years. So it was a lifetime. 1 million plus, that's your max. Why don't you walk out there and take a look, okay? I think you'll and the company that did it, if you look at the setting, each point is perfect. So Peter, take a look. Tell your father if I did a good job.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Now this news conference coming to an end there, talking about the ballroom at the end. It was also interesting to hear him specifically ask a question about security in the aftermath of another attempted assassination over the weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He was asked if he would consider wearing a bulletproof vest. He kind of made light of it, made a joke there, but said, it's kind of sad that you have to think about that as well. And obviously, we make the note of presidential security. We know the president about to make a trip here to Central Florida tomorrow for a visit in the villages, where he's going to be speaking about the big, beautiful bill, the impacts of tax cuts, a number of things there. And so we know that there will be a lot of security at that event. Fox 35's Marie Edinger going to be out there as well. We'll have a lot of special coverage of that tomorrow right here on our live stream. Well, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today. We are going to go ahead and send you over to the storm team for Fox 35 Weather Plus, already in progress. Thanks for joining us, and I'll see you